here is big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California. The first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. Shirley Rosario is joining me tonight. Shirley, Live at the Bike is the first game where you see hole cards for any type of cash game ever in the whole world.
Right.
In the entire world. Everything's a tournament. This one's a cash game, and we've got a big game on tonight. We've got our 5-10 no-limit game. It's a $500 minimum. And Mo has assured me, that our host, that as the game goes along, we will raise the blinds to $10-20 and make it a $1,000 minimum. Of course, this game does not have any restriction on the buy-in, so it is a very, very, very big game. And as I hold in my hands here the Max Shapiro report from last night from Legends, Shirley won first prize in the $500 Omaha 8 or better tournament. Congratulations, Shirley.
Thank
Tell us
you.
a little bit about that and how you feel like mentally now after playing
I feel really good.
15 hours, was it?
It was about 15 hours,
Yeah.
yeah. I feel really good. I'm happy with the way that I played. I'm still a little bit tired because we got done at 7 in the morning. But I played one of the best, the best that I've ever played.
Mm-hmm.
When we got down to the final table, I had decent chips, but I wasn't the chip leader or anything, and I really just kind of nipped a little bit from everybody's stack. And then I got really short chipped and ended up building them back up and winning the whole thing. I mean, we actually played it all the way out. So that was nice. We did make a little save deal, just heads up, but we did play it all the way down.
Now, David was in here before, and he was asking me where his cut was for covering for you last night.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get to the game, and we have some more stories that we'll tell you while we watch the game. Shirley was telling me some interesting things about the tournament. But let's get to the action right now. So, the blinds again in this game are 5 and 10. The yellow chips are $5 chips. The purple chips are $25 chips. The white chips are $100 chips. And the blues are $1 chips. And let's go around and introduce the table.
Okay, in seat number 1 we have Mo. In seat 2, who's not there, we have Joe. Seat 3 we have Russ. And in 4 we have Ali. I think 5 we don't have anybody yet. Seat 6 we have Damon. Seat 7 we have Bruce. Seat 8 we have Eamon. And what is that?
Diablo was in seat 9.
Diablo
actually won the shootout that we did last night.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, the $5,000 shootout.
How'd that go?
We did.
I
Well,
saw
that
it
was
looked
not
like
what
Kenna was going to come play.
Yeah, we had a board for the game, but we didn't quite do the game. I think it's going to be, we're going to leave that for a special occasion, Shirley, because I don't know if it necessarily translates to a lot of heavy action when it's live and unedited.
Right.
It can move kind of slow. So we'll do that occasionally, as opposed to, say, every single day.
I figured if Kenna was on there, he would make a nice show.
Oh, he would have, yeah. I don't know if he even got a chance to actually enter it, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, and Men the Master was on there, too, on the list, but I didn't see the fact that if he entered it either. So we're seeing our first hand right here, and Diablo's going to put a little value bet in there from the button with a 9, and he's going to take it down without a collar. If everyone out there who's watching us on the internet wants to follow a live thread that started every night, you can go to the 2+2 Publishing website, which is 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on the Forums section, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and there's a thread that's started by our buddy in Syracuse, New York, every night, and you can comment on the show, questions, suggestions, recommendations. We'll read them off if we like them. And I'm sure that Shirley will love, some of the congratulations comments that everyone out there has for her. So, now, Shirley, you won an event last year. What was it, at the Hustler shootout? This is your second first place finish in a tournament? In a larger tournament?
In a live tournament.
Yeah,
live tournament.
Live tournament.
Online I've had numerous, but...
Okay, looks like we got three-way action here. Seat 9, Diablo's got 5-6 offsuit, and he looks to have the second best hand because Mo there's got pocket 8s. and I believe that Mo bet 60. Oh, actually, it was Bruce that bet 60 with nothing, and Diablo's going to call. So Bruce was just kind of making a play at this one, but he got called there by Diablo. A king comes on the turn, and now Bruce has picked up a gut shot draw. He has overcards, too. Looks like he's going to still fire here, Shirley.
Looks like it, yeah.
Oh, good old fake out. Diablo's not going to go for it. He's not going to give him a free card. He's going to bet it.
150. This table.
Well, that's and Bruce quickly mucked. So that's some good astute observation there from Diablo. I mean, if the guy's got top pair on the flop, is he really going to check it to if a king comes on the turn?
Right, on the turn.
Yeah. So that's a nice little bet there by Diablo. And that is Joe Wynn there in C2, and he'll be asked to shut his electronic equipment off, because there is no electronic equipment that is allowed on the table. Of course, we're on a 5-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game. Looks like this pot is going to get limped around here. Looks like we have a seat open there, so if anyone wants to come down here, play on Live at the Bike. And Joe here in seat 2, he's going to raise. He's got to show us his cards here, too. There he
goes.
Now, Joe, the funny thing about Joe, he's more of a limit player. He's raised to 150 here with Queen 3 offsuit. He seems like they call his nickname is Action Joe, but he actually knows what he's doing. But he makes a lot of moves, though. And he's raised here with Queen 3 offsuit, and it looks like he's going to take it down. It will be interesting to see how he adjusts to no limit. Him and his girlfriend, too, the Vietnamese girl, we've seen her on the show a few times, and I've been a little bit critical of her play, because, again, they are limit players, so you wonder if they can really make the transition, between limit hold'em and no limit hold'em, which is obviously, especially in a cash game, a very, very big difference.
Yes.
So, we'll see. Joe tends to be a little bit of an angler, too, Shirley. And I can say that because I work with him. And do you know what I mean by that? Not a fisherman.
Yeah, but that's a bad thing.
Well, maybe he can prove me wrong.
60 or more.
He's limped in here, it looks like, with Queen Deuce off. Oh, he's going to raise. There we go. Action Joe. I think the dealer said 80. And you wouldn't think that he's going to get called here, probably. Well,
What do you got?
he's going to take it down. So, Shirley, you were telling me that about an interesting situation. That why don't you go into about how you were dealt a hand when you were down a 3-handed last night, and you actually opened your cards up, and some of them fell on the ground, and a ruling needs to be made because if you muck your cards off the table, at least at the bike, it's a 10-minute penalty. And you actually would have been blinded off if you were given the penalty.
I had at that time. I told you I had gotten short chipped when we were 3-handed. I only had 4 chips 3-handed. And when I opened up my cards, I was not mucking them when I opened up my cards. Only one fell off the table, but one fell off the table. And they made the ruling that because I wasn't mucking my hand, that, it was clearly an accident because it had been done right in front of me.
Oh.
Let's go raise here.
If it was the right decision, good. Lucky that they made the right decision.
Yes, I know.
Looks like seat number 3 raised here to 50, and Pocket Queen's Damon in seat 6, who's a pretty tight player, has re-raised, I believe, to 225. Now, I wouldn't really want to take that kind of heat with King Jack offsuit from early position. Let's see what
Well,
Russ
not against
does.
Damon especially.
Yeah.
He is very tight.
Yeah. Wait, looks like he really wants to call. Boy, he's going to call, and he's in big trouble. I mean, what do you think Damon's doing this with a minimum of probably Pocket Jacks and up? Ace King, you're dominated. 8, 9, 10 comes on the flop here. A couple of clubs. And that gives Russ an open-ended straight draw, so Damon's got a gut
not messing
shot.
around.
He's going to bet, looks like 800 there, Shirley. Might even be more than that. So the pot is now about 1,300 or 1,400, 800 to call.
Yeah, well, I think he's just sticking in. It doesn't look like.
And then Russ is going to.
Russ has even enough chips.
Yeah.
He was just sticking enough in there to make Russ have to.
He'll pretty much go all in.
Yeah, to go all in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still got outs. I can beat you.
Well, the funny thing is if you're going to call a pre-flop raise, that's not the worst hand. I mean, you've already invested $250 in there. 8, 9, 10, someone could make a case that you might call with King Jack with 2 cards to come there in that spot. You know, it's just, I mean,
Right.
you've got an open-ended
Well, it
straight
depends
draw
on how
and you
much
have
you
an
had in front
overcard.
of him, yeah.
Yeah. But I just don't understand really what you're looking for if you're going to make that call.
Right.
You know, pre-flop. No, we're going to see take a look at the chip count there. This is what we started with at the beginning of the night.
What
so.
they started with at 6 o'clock, I guess.
Yeah, kind of speaks for itself there. Russ and Bruce are on the short stack. Everyone has over 1,000. Mo's got about 2,400. Now that's the key number to watch there because he's usually the one that wins in this game.
Yeah.
Oh. Now look at this. Damon, he's got ace-queen, and I don't even think he raised pre-flop. That's how tight he is in the cutoff, Shirley.
Here he goes.
Well, yeah, the flop comes ace-10-5,
Oh.
and he bets on the top pair there. But I don't think that he raised pre-flop, so it's interesting. Yeah, he just had limped in with ace-queen. So. Got to pay attention to those types of things.
Yeah.
I mean, next time I get
Sorry.
re-raised by him,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I'm not going to think King Jack is
played
necessarily good.
Like one shootout with him or something. I think it was one shootout, and noticed how tight he was. It only took me about half an hour to sit there with him to realize how tight he plays.
There we start to get some congratulations on the 2+2 form for you, Shirley.
Thank you so much.
Ace-queen suited there for Joe. He's in the big blind.
Where is it?
And he's going to raise.
90 more.
He's raised to 90 more. See if Diablo comes here. The only thing is that if clubs come, he's in big trouble. So here we go. We're looking at about a $200 pot. Yeah. Well, Diablo is in position, and this is the type of hand where if Joe is really deep, you might break him if you hit your flop, but with clubs, it's a problem. Look at this. He's picked up an open-ended straight draw, but Joe's got top pair, 7-9 ace on the flop.
100. All in.
And look at this. Joe's bet 100, which seemed to be a little bit weak, and Diablo moved over the top all in. So Diablo making the semi-bluff. And let's see. Joe's made the call here. The turn is a 7, and the river's a jack. Diablo did not get there. And Joe's going to take it down there with the aces up with the queen kicker. You know, obviously, if Joe didn't have an ace in that spot, like pocket kings or pocket queens,
well, even an ace maybe with a weak kicker.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Yeah,
An ace-10? I think he would have laid down ace-10
maybe
on that flop.
Yeah. So we got a new player coming into seat 5 is Ed, and he's going to be on the extreme short stack because he's only buying in for $600. I don't quite understand why people buy in for the minimum in these unrestricted games, Shirley. Because
well, if everybody else was doing it, that's one thing. But
it's just,
seeing that all of them have like $1,000, you should be buying in for what they have.
I think it just puts yourself in a disadvantage. I mean, if you don't want to lose more than that, then you should be playing in the 3-5 and buying for the max there at the 500.
And if you can't afford to lose more than that, then you should probably put it on the table, right?
Yeah. Ace King here for Ali, seat 4.
Where is it?
And it looked like he just limped. And now Joe is going to raise out of the small blind again with absolutely nothing. King 3 offsuit. Let's see if Ali was trying to pull the limp re-raise here. He limped in under the gun with Ace King. Well, Ali's pretty tight too. He's going to make just a smooth call. It looks like Ed's going to come in here, too. Now, Ed only bought in for 600, so he's making a call with almost 20% of his stack.
Right.
And here we go to the flop. Ace, queen, deuce. Well, Joe is checked here, and Ali bets. Ali bets 400. He's going to overbet the pot a little bit here. Pot's about 650 to 700, 400 to call for Ed. I just don't get this. You know, Dave and I talk about if Joe's going to raise out of the blind with garbage, what kind of flop are you looking for? Why wouldn't you fire out? Now, in this case, maybe he's got the instincts not to bet out, but usually that would be the play. With
To
an
bet
eight.
out when an ace comes out.
Absolutely. Ace, queen, deuce like that. Yeah. And he check folds.
Well, he could have just been raising to pick it up right there. And
I think he folded out of turn because I don't know if Ed's gone yet. No, Ed's going to make the call, Shirley. Wow. So we got about an $1,100 pot. The turn is an 8. Now, that's a scary card. And I believe that Ali checked and Ed moved all in, and Ali called. And that's a great example, Shirley. You know, Ed was trying to represent the flush, but he only had $200 left.
Right. If he had
You know?
$400 more, like if he had
Oh,
600 total,
if he
and
had
moved in,
$2,000 more,
Yeah.
then it would have been a different story. How can you make a move on a guy? You know, the pot's $1,400. The third club comes. You got $250 left. You move all in. The guy's getting 7 to 1, 6 or 7 to 1 on his money. Come on, give me a break. And it looks like I don't know if Ed is going to depart here, but I mean that's just a classic example of why on earth would you do that if you're going to buy it for the minimum. You don't make the call with Queen Jack suited pre-flop if you only have $600
Right.
in front of you for $90
I
either.
agree, yeah.
You know, it's just
Yeah, let him right finish the bet. Third. Players, you have a classic card. You pay to play at the Bicycle Casino. Little white chips over there like that. Good night, buddy. You have a nice evening.
looks like we got a couple of limpers here. Yeah, Diablo chose not to raise with King Queen suited there in late position, so we're going to see a flop. 9-3 deuce. Well, look at this. Joe's going to bet here. He's got a flush draw.
90.
Gets checked to him. He's on the button.
90.
Oh, he's going to try to take it down here at the semi-bluff. And I'd imagine that he is going to take it down. So, Shirley, how did your mentor there, Steve Badger, do in the tournament last night?
he didn't do well.
No?
I mean, no, he got knocked out. Oh, I don't know. Probably around 8, 9 o'clock or so. No, earlier than that. 8 o'clock, but he stayed here the whole time. He stayed here till 7 in the morning watching me.
Of course, Steve runs a site called Play Winning Poker that many people out there have been on. And usually you guys get that thing going down with Poker Babes and Play Winning Poker where, you know, when you write in something in a Google search, you guys come up first, which is
Right.
very, very, makes a lot of financial sense, for sure.
We have a big hand here. Pocket kings.
Pocket Kings here for Ali. But the button's got ace-10 off suit. And he has raised to 50 with ace-10 off suit. And Ali's going to come over the top. Let's see for how much more. He's got Pocket Kings in seat 4. It's a 150 re-raise. And look at this. Ed is going to call. I think he's only 600 behind, Shirley. And he's called with ace-jack
Oh,
offsuit
wow.
from the big blind. And I think Diablo's in there, too, with queen-jack offsuit. So here we go to the flop. Oh, look at that. The ace hits, and Ed's he's picked
He
up the
has
best
the
hand
lead,
now.
yeah.
Ace 6-7, couple of diamonds.
There were only 2 aces left in the deck.
And he checked it. And now Russ is going to bet here with ace-10. Look at this. Ali quickly mugs.
Wow.
And Ed is just going to check call here, it looks like. So ace-10 bets from the button. I'm sure Diablo's going to go out, and Ed's in great shape now with the ace-jack. But, boy, was he lucky. And he's probably going to double through here. I don't think he's got 300 left behind him. 4 of hearts comes on the turn.
550. Bet 550.
He must have.
And you know what? I think Ed has bet here on the turn. Instead of checking and calling, he's bet right in. He's bet.
1,000.
He has $1,000.
He has 1,000 behind. Okay. He's bet 550. And look at this. Russ is going to make a frustration call here for the rest of his chips, and Ed is going to double through. And a king of hearts comes on the river. And ace jack is going to be good here. Well,
Jack play.
I think that was a huge pre-flop error by Ed, surely, but you know.
But he won't know that,
Yeah.
considering he's scooping all the chips in.
Yep. I mean, again, you're talking now about someone who's coming in from the raising, from the blind, like Joe, who we've seen him re-raise King 3, or we haven't seen him re-raise, but we've seen him raise. Talking about Ali re-raise out of the blind. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, the button, he was the first one to bring it in, so he could have been on the steal, and Ali might have thought that. And, he could have been re-raising with, not as good as a hand, but ace-jack is very, very vulnerable.
It is.
Out of position.
But have you seen this player? He might not be aware that Ali's a pretty tight player.
Well, maybe not.
I'm not saying it wasn't a bad move.
Yeah.
Okay.
And seat 3 is rebuying. We'll figure out for how much in a second here. So he's in. And we're seeing a limped pot here. Ooh, look at this. 10-4-4. Oh, Damon and Russ have fours. Both two
Good
players
Damon.
have flopped
Good Damon.
trips. And Damon's got
Damon
the
has
full
the full
house.
house,
Yeah. And ace 4, boy, you can't really be worried about your kicker.
Damon's not in the
But
pot.
Damon's not in the hand. Oh.
He was on his phone.
Wow. And I think that he actually got a free ride there in the
I
big
think it was
blinds.
his big blind, and
Yeah.
he got a phone call.
His
and-
cards were over the window. That's why we had him up. And he just chose not to play the hand. And he flopped the full house, and the other person had ace 4. Wow, that's crazy.
That was his big blind.
That was crazy.
Did we see how much he bet?
Well, he bet 50. The
Right.
ace 4 bet 50.
50?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he could have got tons of chips from him.
Oh, man. Oh, Damon probably made a $1,000 mistake by taking that phone call.
Yeah.
Or however many chips that Russ bought in for over there
I
in
hope he's
C3.
enjoying that phone call.
Oh, wow.
No, he's out. He's no pot.
That is incredible.
4 players.
As we see, because now in the small blind he's not posted. So, yeah, he took that phone call. Deuce 6-8 here. Diablo, the pot was limped around. Diablo's got top pair. Ed's got a flush draw on seat 5. And it got checked to Ed on the button, and he's bet 100 with the flush draw. Diablo has check called with the queen 8.
2 players.
And we're heads up. Ooh, the turn's another 8. Diablo's got trips now. Diablo chooses to check it. Wow, and if I was Ed, boy, I might really take a free card there.
I think so,
Yeah.
too.
He's bet 300. Ed is bet 300.
Yeah.
And you would think that Diablo's going to make a check raise move here. Don't tell me he's just going to check call here, Shirley. Why?
Looks like it.
Maybe he thinks he's beat? I don't get it. A 10 comes on the river. Oh, why would you just check call there? And now he bets on the river, which means that he knew he was ahead on the turn.
Which is really silly, because if he had called thinking the guy was on the flush draw and now wants to put in a bet, if he was on the flush draw, he's not getting the call anyways.
Yeah. I don't get that. Unless maybe he just thought that Ed was totally bluffing and that if he check raised him on the turn, he would, he'd go away, but, that's dangerous.
But if he was
At least
totally,
check
but
raise the
you know what I
minimum,
mean? But if you thought he was bluffing and then he goes out and bets on the river, he's not getting the call anyway, so
Right.
it's the same thing.
Yeah, that's,
Oh,
I don't quite understand that move at all. Eagles 114 and 2+2 said that. Can you confirm that guy in third place? I guess Card Player wrote an article saying he was the suck out king, Danny Wynn. Do you know anything?
he
about
wasn't
that?
on my table.
He wasn't. Okay.
No, I think from what I read, it was about in a $500 buy-in tournament there. It could have been
Oh, okay.
another tournament.
So again, we are here live at the bike. We're playing 5-10 no limit, $500 minimum, unrestricted max. The blinds will probably go up over the course of the night to 10-20. Yellow chips are $5 chips, purples are 25s, whites are 100s. Look at this. Seat 7, bet 35 on a pure steal. He had 8 deuce off suit. The small blind call with ace 8-6 suited, and Diablo's got pocket jacks, and he's re-raised out of the big blind. And I'm sure Bruce is going to go away. And let's see if Eamon calls here. He's out of position, not necessarily the type of thing that you might want to take heads up. Heads up, out of position. Big blind representing pretty decent hand to re-raise. But it looks like he wants to call here. And he is going to call.
Is.
We know that one of the eights is dead because the other guy had raised with 8 deuce.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at this, a flush draw. Now,
if he makes a gut shot there.
And if he makes a check raise here, or if he bets it, he might get Diablo off the hand because Diablo always got pocket jacks. Oh, he's just going to check call here. So it's a $300 bet by Diablo and a call. The turn is a 10. Now he's got less outs, or the same amount of outs, but 1 card to come. And Diablo checks right behind him, a check, and the river is a king. Boy, and if 6-8 bets here, it would be very, very difficult for Diablo to call. The pot is about $900. I would think that you'd want to bet maybe $600 or $700 here, Shirley.
Yeah.
And
that
really,
sounds about right, but I mean, that's a hard spot to bet in right there.
And he is going to bet. But I don't know if that's enough. He's only betting $250. But now Diablo's like, what can I beat here? The only thing I can beat is a busted heart draw. And if Eamon had shown more strength, like with a check raise or a bet on the flop or a check raise on the flop or the turn, he would have taken it down. But it doesn't look like Diablo was going to make a call here. There's a perfect card here on the river to get something like pocket jacks off the hand. And, you know, when Diablo checks on the turn, you know he doesn't have an ace usually. So that's what the purpose of this bet is. I just would have loved to see him bet more. And look at that. He's going to call.
Had he bet more like you had suggested, Diablo wouldn't have been able to make that call. But that's really hard to bet in that spot.
Well, you just have to. I think you have to play the hand back in your head that he bet the flop and he checked the turn, which really means, unless Diablo was playing extremely tricky,
that he
does not have an ace. Mm-hmm. Now, king comes on the river. Well, if he's got pocket kings, you're going to know it because he's going to raise you on the river. But now, if a king comes on the river, boy, he could really have queens or jacks or nines.
Right.
And I'm betting in 600 there, and I'll take it down. 250 just wasn't enough. Diablo thought that was just too much money in the pot. So, right idea, just wrong amount there on the river.
Right.
Yep. So, the tournament said that you won $31,000, but you were kind of explaining to me you had kind of a small save deal, right?
Right.
Where both of you and the other guy got $20,000, and you played out for
$5,725. Okay. We didn't make any kind of a deal until we did get heads up, and then he had offered a deal, and I had more chips than him, and I denied it. I said, if you catch up, you'll die when you hear the hand. He caught up with me. Then we got even in chips, and he said, you want to do the $20,000, we'll play for $5,725, and I agreed to that. But we did play it all the way out.
Now, this pot was limped around. Ali here, he's got the nut flush draw and middle pair. 3-5 ace. A couple of diamonds.
And he bet $50.
Yep. And it looks like seat number 7 there, who's got ace 10 of hearts, he calls. He's got top pair. We don't have his cards up there. The turn is a 3. There we go. Ali's going to bet 50 again here. This is kind of a combination of those little stop bets / value bets, and Bruce is just going to call it. Acts just like a stop bet. River's a 9, and he gets there. Gets there with the flush, and he's going to bet 50 again. And you would think that Bruce is probably going to call again.
Yeah, I would think so.
No, he's not. He shows. Did he make the call?
He must have.
He did make the call. Okay. And Ali takes it down. So you ended up winning $25,000.
And change, yeah.
And change, okay.
So you have a... Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? All right, Joe, no more double up for you.
Seat 6 is going to bet. He's going to raise to 60. Damon, we're talking about, he's probably the tightest one on the table. He has ace king. And he's not going to get any action. He's going to take it down. So tell me about the hand where the guy caught up with you. Now, obviously, people that aren't familiar with Omaha 8 or better, or actually, for that matter, any high-low split game, when you get heads up, high hands go way up in value.
Right.
It's almost a different game.
Well, I
in
mean,
terms
a
of
pair
pre-flop
is huge. Heads up.
Yeah, pre-flop
you know?
decisions.
Well, on the river, once I had bet and he had called, and I turned up my hand and I said top 2. I had kings and queens.
And of course, in Omaha, kings up is a strong hand because usually it means that the pot is not going to be split.
Right.
Because if you've got aces up, ace is a low card as well.
Right.
So,
yeah, it was not a split pot.
Yeah.
I had, and he said, I have a trips or I have a set, one of those things. Turns up his hand. His hand is ace 888. And I look and I thought he was kidding at first, thinking, yeah, right, trips in your hand. You know, you can't play 3 cards in your hand.
Well, speaking of a set, Damon has one
Damon
now,
has
but
one
go
here.
on.
Sure enough, the guy had caught that case 8 on the flop.
Ugh.
Ace
Yeah.
888. Is
Yeah.
that sick? Is that
That's
like the
rough.
worst hand in Omaha practically you could play?
Anytime, again, people who aren't necessarily familiar, anytime you've got
3 of a kind
three
in
of
your
a kind
hand.
in your hand, it's really bad.
Yeah.
And look at this. Now, Damon had bet with the set. Ed called and Diablo called. Wow. Now the turn is a spade. And look at this. Damon's going to check it, and everyone checks it. And now the river is an 8. And Damon's hand is good now, and now he's going to bet.
Well, his good hand was good the whole time.
He's going to
He
only
just-
bet 50 here.
Yeah. Not
And-
really maximizing his
No.
win.
And Diablo's probably just going to call here with the queen. And Ed is out. And Damon shows the trip 6s. Now, this is another thing that, Dave and I have kind of talked about, or everyone's talked about on Live at the Bike over the last couple weeks, as we continue to learn things. As we see people play more and more, that if you've got second pair there like Diablo or like Ed, who had second pair on the flop, you can use a scare card to put a bet in there now. Now, I'm not saying that Damon was going to get away from the set, but everyone just shut down when the third spade came. I mean, if you're going to make a call with second pair and an overcard, and there's a 2 flush out there, well, if there's 3 flushes out there, why not bet into it? We saw Kathy Lieber do it a lot. She used
I
a
wasn't here
lot
that
of
day,
cards
yeah, but I
for
heard-
scare cards, and
yeah.
she played really well.
125.
She played really well. Eamon here has got pocket queens. He's going to raise to 125. Ooh, look at this. Joe on the button has ace-king suited. And he's going to re-raise here, it looks like.
So 3 on the 125. Nice. Getting out his raise.
And again, this is a very, very tough spot for queens out of position. We saw Allen lay down pocket kings pre-flop last night.
Really?
You have to get away from some big hands sometimes pre-flop.
That's,
And he's raised to 500 more. Now, Joe is a very, very aggressive player, so he might do this with ace-queen or ace-king. Now, normally, like someone like Damon isn't going to do this with ace-king or ace-queen. So let's see what Eamon does here. 125. Joe has raised 500 more. And Eamon's in the lead here. I can see, Shirley, that none of the aces and kings are dead, though. So it is kind of a strict race where, Eamon's about a 56, 57% favorite if all 5 cards are seen.
yeah,
You know?
I don't know if that's accurate with suited cards. Is that?
I think
It goes down a couple
55
percent.
to 57,
Yeah, I
maybe
think it
something
goes down
like that.
about 2%.
So he calls. 3, 4, 5. And Eamon checks here with the overpair. So maybe he's trying to set a trap up. The pot is $1,200 now. And you would think that this would be a good flop for queens, unless he thinks that Joe has, an overpair, and Joe bets 1,000. So now the pot is at $2,200, 1,000 for Eamon to call. And again, if he was looking for a safe flop, this is probably it. Now, of course, Joe's got a wheel draw there to the deuce now. And let's see if he's going to check raise. He's got quite a decision to make here. $2,200 pot, 1,000 to call. And Joe looks like he's taunting Eamon, showing him the money left that he has, and he looks like he only has maybe 500
Not that
more
much
left.
left,
Yeah.
right.
So this is a really tough spot here for Queens. So he'd have to commit pretty much all of his chips if he went all in. And look at this. He's going to call. He calls I don't quite understand that, Shirley. The call if Joe only has 500 left.
Yeah.
But, he's called. So it's a $3,100 pot. Look at that. The turn is an ace. And Joe has hit the card on the turn.
All in.
And now Eamon checks and Joe moves all in, and Eamon's put himself in a position where he's got so much money in there. I mean, it's a $3,200 pot. Joe goes in for another, say, $600. So it's $3,700 pot, $500 to call. He's getting 7 or 8 to 1 on his money. Now, if he had made the check raise there to Joe on the flop, Joe might have folded.
I don't know, Bart. He might have known he was behind, but considering that he had the ace, king, or deuce, and how much it was only 600 more to call, he would have made the call.
And Joe's got 570 that he's gone all in with. And Eamon has called. So a deuce would split it, a queen would give him the win, and a 6 comes out on the river, and Joe takes it down. Wow, what a hand.
That is pretty amusing. I don't know, he says that's what he knew he had, but he didn't play it like that's what he knew he had. You would think that he would be able to play it a little differently.
I knew I didn't play it in pocket. I'm going to go
Curious to know when he figured out that that's what he had. If he had known that's what he had as soon as Joe had made that raise pre-flop, then moving in on the flop with the low board would have been the right move, not check calling. Now we can see Joe still stacking up all his chips.
Well, again, it's kind of one of those situations where I wonder what would have happened if Eamon had check raised him all in there. I mean, Joe only had 570 left, and again,
I don't think he would have laid down.
he would have called, actually. You think of the odds, because he's getting maybe 6 to 1.
Right.
He's got 2 overs, and he's
Plus
got a
the
straight
deuce.
draw.
Right. But what I was saying, Bart, is that if he had known that that's what he had, ace king pre-flop with Joe's raising that on the floor with the raggedy board, if he moved in, Joe would have probably laid down.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the flop with the rag board like that, you move in with your
Absolutely.
overpair.
And now people are starting to see, but I mean, again, you see like Mo and Damon looks and see kind of how Joe's plays a little bit super aggressive for a cash game.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder if he might get picked off one of these times. Or if you wonder if Joe is smart enough to avoid
Joe's
Mo.
pretty crafty, though. Oh, Mo, I'm not sure if he can avoid Mo.
Yeah. Diablo's got a flush draw here. The pot was limped around.
So both of them are in for $50 each.
Turn is a 6. Bruce is still out ahead with the overpair. Diablo's picked up a gut shot there to a 5. So a 5, a 9, or a heart would be good. And he's going to raise. Excuse me,
No, he
it's a
calls.
150 bet and a call there. And a 9 comes on the river. And Diablo's hand is good now. One of his outs he hit.
money in the pot. I'll take the risk. What if queen comes? Yeah. But I knew I had him. I knew, I swear. Well, before and figured you were on a flush draw.
See, there he goes, continuing that he knew he had him on the flop. Before and on the flop.
Well,
You played it a little screwy there.
yes, he did. But that what a hand. I mean, that's a $4,000 exchange right off the bat.
Right.
Yeah.
Husband and wife today. 35.
We have a $35 bet there with ace queen. Seat 7.
Are you sure? Dealer, are you sure?
Ace queen offsuit.
You didn't take out my cards, huh?
Ali's going to make a call there on the button.
Nope,
Oh.
he's not. He's reneging. He thought it was
He
only.
put in the 10 and then he took it
He
back.
realized that he had raised before.
But Ed is.
Wow.
Ed is with king 5.
Good gamble, Ed.
3-4-4.
I should have pushed you all in on the flop. You would call, right? Ah, yeah, right. I bet front of you out.
I tried to bluff him out. I couldn't bluff him out with
I still think Joe needs to make that call with overs and a straight draw on the flop.
Yes.
As Eamon's still saying that he should have pushed him all in on the flop. Bruce has bet 45 here, and he's going to take it.
If he had pushed in before Joe had made the bet, Joe would have laid down. But since Joe had already
Right, before
committed
the
so
flop.
many of his chips,
Yeah.
All in.
Seat 8 has gone all in here. He's got pocket jacks.
You owe it to him. That's why I'm
225.
not calling. Come on, you owe it to him, Joe. Come on. You owe it to him, Joe. That's why I'm not calling, because you owe it to him. Otherwise I would have called you, you know? Get the action.
And he's not going to get any action.
Joe is gonna
And again,
get
he's
the
on a
action,
short
Joe.
stack here for
Man.
225 with pocket jacks. I might want to play that kind of reverse, what we call stop and go. I mean, why put in such a big raise? Raise to 90. Hope that only one overcard comes, one or less
get the
comes, then
chips in
move
there
all
and
in
try
on
to
the
get a
flop.
little bit- build up your chips a little
right,
more.
right. As opposed to just
Give you
moving
action
all
all
in,
in,
where
come on, Joe.
you're really only going to get called by, not even ace king.
right.
You can really only get called by something that's gonna beat you pre-flop. Again, if you want to follow a live forum that is started every night, go to 2plus2.com, click on forums, click on tournament poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we are right there. We want to thank everyone that is joining us for the first time. And I have received comments as people continue to hop on board the show as they learned about us from Vegas. And as we start to get some internet press out there, sometimes I go home, Shirley, and look up Live at the Bike, and I find it all over the place nowadays.
I think my site comes up first, right?
Yes, it does. Limp, limp, limp.
Yeah, go ahead. No, he's going blind. He's going blind. You know, Damon.
Six-way action here, so it's a $60 pot. Ace, 8, jack,
Look
all
at that.
spades.
No, one person has a spade in their hand.
Bruce has ace queen from up front, but he didn't bet it. But look at this. Ed is going to bet here with ace 5. And let's see if Bruce can call here out of position. He's got ace queen. It's a 3 flush on board. And I always say, why not bet into this board? Because it's very difficult for someone to call you unless they've got at least the queen of spades or a high ace. Now, in this case, Bruce does have a high ace, but he doesn't have a spade, and he lays it down. And Ed's going to take it down now with ace 5.
It's a game, not a joke.
I'm making a joke out of it. What are you going to do?
Floor man.
Floor lady.
Where's the floor lady?
Right there in front of you. Keep calm for me.
Oh, she's not a floor man.
So there's a comment here on 2plus2 from, it looks like kind of a unique poster, or I've never seen him on the thread before. Zerplay, he says, I know Shirley's a strong poker player, and I would like to ask her if she's ever noticed that another strong poker player has lost focus playing against her due to her being an attractive woman.
Well, I think that's happened on occasion, but it's rare.
It's
you
rare.
know? And I hope the guy doesn't hear this. The guy that I played heads up last night, he was so serious and intent on winning. And when I got heads up, and he wasn't hardly saying anything, not smiling, he was real focused. And when we got heads up, I mean, I just kept talking to him and like being friendly and stuff like that. And I softened him up a bit, and I don't know if that helped, but it sure seemed like it helped me being able to take advantage of certain situations.
Ed's got top and bottom pair here in seat 5, and he's going to bet, and he's going to take it down. Well, I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again because I think it's funny. When you know how the fact that when you are moved to a table with another woman on it that is attractive, that you'd rather not be at that table.
That's right. That's right.
And that is because
it does come into play. I mean, even if it is on occasion, it's enough to give me a few chips.
I see it all the time in cash games. I mean, you don't really see usually people soft playing each other in tournaments, but I see people soft playing attractive women all the time in cash games.
It's not even necessarily soft playing. It's just making bad mistakes because they're playing against a woman. I mean, they could make mistakes by being nice, you know, but they also make mistakes by being overly aggressive and stuff like that. So, you know, the one thing that I do notice is that with the professionals, it's less prevalent, you know, because the professionals are there and they know what they're doing and they don't let things distract them. They're not going to let me distract them, but occasionally it will. But not as necessarily as, you know, as much as the, you know, part-time player, the recreational player.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that from what I have noticed from usually newer female poker players, and I don't mean to make this as a gross stereotype, but let me give you an example as, say, what we've had on the show before. The bombshell models who have been trained for a few months. Now, obviously, they're not pro poker players.
Right.
A lot of new female poker players tend to be more tight-weak than guys do. So that's maybe
true.
what you said about guys tend to be a little bit more overly aggressive because they've noticed that too. Pot gets checked around here. And Diablo's got an open-ended straight draw there. And he bets. And he gets called by Ed with a flush draw. And now Ed hits his over card on the river. Look at that. Diablo's going to continue to fire.
Keep going. I don't think it's enough, though.
He's bet $150.
There we go. Easy call.
And Ed
If
calls.
you notice, I mean, well, that's one thing I would imagine that Diablo will soon notice, and I'm sure Mo has already noticed that Ed is going to make calls.
Yeah, well, he did have
not much.
I mean, he did have a flush draw there. The board
Yeah, I
was
know, but
paired.
he's going to call on the end. He's not going to be scared away.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. Yeah.
And if he did have a flush draw, there wasn't. Well, yeah, there was.
Well, I mean, maybe figured Diablo was on a flush draw, and it just happened to be he got lucky.
Yeah.
If he had the nut flush draw, he probably would have folded in that spot on the river. So.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a whole lot of nothing here on this hand. Couple of limpers. Boy, we haven't seen Mo play a hand here tonight.
No, we haven't. Maybe he's just getting a feel for the table. Although he probably has played with all these players.
Well, he has Queen Jack offsuit on the button, and he's hit a pair. A couple of clubs out there. No one has an ace. Ace 4 Jack on the flop. 2 clubs. And it gets checked to Mo, and he bets here with second pair.
Put a few pink chips on this. We'll see Mo in a lot more pots.
And he's going to take it down there. I mean, I know that Mo likes to fancy himself as a action player, meaning he gives a lot of action, but I really don't think he does at all.
Well, he
And
knows what he's doing
Yeah,
when
he
he's doing
knows.
it.
Right,
But,
right.
you know, he'll show those garbage hands or couple bluffs. But when he's making those bluffs, he knows perfectly well he's picking up those pots. So he's not really given the action.
Well,
When he
knows-
turns over the
he
two
knows
garbage
where-
hands.
He knows where to bluff.
Right.
He knows where people are weak.
Right. And then he'll show the players, see, I play these hands. I'll play with you.
Two players have ace-king. Seat 3 was raised to 100 on the button, and Damon, who I believe is either under the gun or in the big blind.
He's just called. It's the same hand, and it's just
Yeah,
called.
yeah.
So it's heads up.
He is under the gun, and he limped under the gun. So we're heads up, ace-king against ace-king. Let's see if position can take over this hand. Well, both players flop top pair, 10, king, 4, a couple of hearts.
I would imagine that Damon's going to push all in
Well,
after
Damon-
this bet because he has the ace of hearts. He's checked.
Yep, he has checked, and Russ has bet 350. And let's see what Damon does here. Yeah, I really couldn't ask for more here. King 10-4 with the ace-king.
Yeah.
And if he does push all in and he gets called, he's going to be free rolling. Well, It
Wow.
looks like he just check called there.
Huh.
So we're looking at about a $900 pot. Now the turn is a queen of hearts. And now Damon's got to feel even better. And Damon's checked again. And now
They
Russ checks
both check.
behind him. And now the 6 of diamonds comes on the river. And now Damon's going to bet. He's going to bet 250 into about a $900 pot. So you'd think that Russ is probably going to call here. And he is, and we're
Yeah.
going to chop it up. Well, I'm sure that Damon was probably going to try to check raise there on the turn. Unless maybe
I
he
hope
thought the
that's
guy,
what he was going to do.
Yeah, well, maybe he thought the guy might have gave the guy credit for a set or something, you know?
I would have checked moved in on the flop. Because you don't really want to wait till that heart gets there. You want to do it before the heart gets there.
He played it pretty passively there. Obviously, you know, we talk about action killer cards, and that was one of them. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy was scared of the heart. I mean, I think it was a great... The other thing that Damon could have done instead of check raising is bet on the turn, and might have even still have been able to take it down. Again, we're talking about using a scare card.
Right.
I mean, he's got top pair. He's got the nut flush draw. If he bets, as opposed to, you know, check raising, then he gets the guy off a hand, and he probably wins the hand. Obviously, it's easier for us to see. Here
Well,
when
yeah,
we
we
can
can
see
see
the
their
cards.
cards.
Yeah. Seat 8 has raised to 50,
What you guys find out after 30
and he's going to take it down.
different class,
Same year, but there was like 6 classes. I was 6'1", he was 6'3". I was in the same school too. You're in that one? Yeah.
but not the same. Yeah, but not the same year.
I was there a couple of years after.
So, Bart, are there any tournaments that you're going to play?
Well, I haven't really had
At
the
the Legends?
opportunity to play in any of them because I've been doing this pretty much full time.
Well, I know you have, but I'm sure there's some tournaments going to be going on, you know, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for you.
Well, you know, the thing, though, is that I play, I mean, I pretty much, I guess I characterize myself now as a cash game specialist where I play so much poker during the week that I don't really want to play on my days off on Monday and Tuesdays. Come to a tournament here.
Come on, Joe.
Seat 8 is raised here, it looks like 225. He has ace-7 spades.
See, I don't care how much I play. If there's a tournament
Come on,
that you know I
Joe.
want to play, I'm going to go play. I just love them so much. It's my passion.
Well, that's great for you.
Yeah,
I
well,
just,
what I like. yeah.
approach it in a different manner. I mean, my feeling is, Shirley, is that unless you're in the top, you know, the very, very top echelon of tournament players, it's very, very difficult to make a living specializing in
yes,
tournaments.
Totally.
So
Yeah.
I would rather concentrate my resources and my effort where the real money in poker, you know, for me is, which is cash games.
Well, I agree with you, but that's why I have a healthy balance of both of them. Look at this big hand.
Pocket aces in seat 9, pocket queens in seat 4. And Diablo has raised with pocket queens to 50.
No, I think
Or excuse me, with pocket
With
aces
aces.
and look at this, Ali has just called.
wow.
He just called with the queens.
All right, deuce 5. Deuce 5 suited.
So Ali he's playing it pretty conservatively,
Yes,
almost
he
Phil
is.
Hellmuth-esque, choosing not to re-raise. And look at this.
Wow.
Ali has hit a set. He's hit a set of queens, top set, queen 9 jack. And Diablo's going to bet right here. He's going to bet 150. Diablo bets 150, and Ali calls. And the bet is 125, actually. The turn is a 4 of diamonds. Seat 4's got top set. Diablo's got an overpair in seat 9. He's going to bet 200. So Diablo bets 200, and Ali raises, it looks like, to 500 or 600 more. 275 total more. And Diablo's going to make the call there with the overpair. So we're talking about over $1,000 pot here. The river's a 7 of diamonds. Diablo's going to bet 500 into about a $1,200 pot.
Ali.
Excuse me, Ali. And look at this. Diablo doesn't. He checked
And he might
the
make
river.
this laydown.
Yeah. And he does make the call. He makes the call, and Ali takes it down there with the set of queens. Wow. And, it seems like Diablo thought he was really beat there, too.
I think he
Yeah.
thought that on the turn. He even hesitated for a second.
Yeah. Wow. And look at this, Joe, who started off, I think it was in the high 1,000s, I want to
We
say.
have pocket aces again here.
Yeah. He started off in the high 1,000s. He started at 1,400. He's up to 5,000.
Wow.
Wow. Diablo's got 3,200. Mo trucking along there with 2,800. We got pocket aces again. Pocket aces again. Seat 3, Russ. He gets smooth called by Ali there with pocket 8s. And a couple people are in here too. So we're a $200 pot. Jack, 10. And Russ is going to bet here with the overpair. He bets, looks like 200.
And I'm sure that Ed will call here.
And Ed is going to call.
Yep.
And Diablo calls. Wow.
I'm surprised the 5 did,
Diablo's
but Ed
call.
doesn't just...
Oh, look at that. The turn is a king. So now Ed's got a bottom pair and an open-ended straight draw. And it goes check, check,
all
check.
around.
And the river's a deuce. And look at this. Aces has escaped. Boy, Russ can't feel good about that. Two people
No.
call the flop. The turn is a king. I can't believe Diablo called down there with pocket 5s, but Russ takes it down. Wow.
Oh, if we could focus in over there in the background, we have Barbara Enright. Can we get that? She is the, can we get it? There we go.
There we go. There she is.
The highest finisher in World Series main event history. Hi, Barbara.
I believe
Wave to the
that I
camera.
interviewed her in Vegas. Ace 6-7 on the flop here. A couple of diamonds. I interviewed so many people there, Shirley.
Yeah.
In Vegas. It's a little bit confusing. 9 comes on the turn. And the river is an ace. And look at this, Mo. He's going to try to steal it. He's going to bet $100 with nothing. And there's the
There
sense
you go.
there.
We see him in action finally.
And someone laid down a 6 there, it looked like. Someone had 5-6.
I did say that highest finisher in main event World Series history.
Well, that's
right?
what I figured you meant.
That is what I meant. I didn't know if I said it, but
I think
not
you
the
said World
highest.
Series history, but I
Yeah,
think we
main
know.
event.
We knew what you meant.
I just want to make it clear. I don't want to sound like I don't know what I'm talking about.
And I can't lie because they're going to check the camera later.
In what place do you remember what year that was? How high she finished?
I think she got 6th.
Yeah.
I don't remember what year it was. It was,
Back in the smoking era?
I'm not sure. I don't
Yeah.
think it was too long ago, Bart. I think it was something like 8 years ago. Not.
Well, that definitely was back in the smoking era.
That was right about. You know what? In Vegas, it might have been. I think
Yeah.
in the California clubs, it's been about that
Right.
long.
Pot was limped around here. 4, 5, 10. Joe's picked up top pair there in seat 2. He's going to bet. That's 40. Diablo's got a gut shot there to the 7. Looks like he's going to come in.
He calls.
Turn is a king. See what Joe does here now. But Joe's got a flush draw too now, Shirley. He's got Jack 10.
Yes, he does.
The diamonds. And he's bet 100, and Diablo's not going to have any part of it. Joe takes it down. So Joe's over $3,300 winner right now in the first, what has it been, an hour? Not even an hour.
Right.
Wow. Crazy stuff.
If it could only always be so good, huh? So I'm not sure if you know, Barbara Enright runs a poker magazine called Women's Poker Player Magazine.
Women's
And-
Poker Player Magazine?
Right. Uh-huh. And they're going to be... And I'm supposed to be featured in that next month, I think. One of the girls did an article on me, or interview with me. Okay, we have a small bet.
It looks
All of
like
them
Mo
call.
raised. Yep, Mo raised there with the ace-4 offsuit from the button.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 2 players have hit top pair, and I don't think Mo's going to be able to bet this one off now.
Yeah, of course he's going to. He's got a
Well, he's not going to be able to get people
To
to,
get
lay down
people
a
to lay
hand.
down, right.
Yeah. It was
Especially
a
Ed.
$250 bet there on the button by Mo. And now Ed is called with Queen 5, and Diablo's got Queen Jack. And he's called, and now there really isn't a lot of big draws out there. Mo does have a gut shot to the 5.
If the 5 comes,
Yeah.
he's going to get all of it.
Oh, he's going to get
Ed's
all of the
chips.
chips. Oh, it's a 6.
Close.
Well, I'm sure that Mo is smart enough now where if it gets checked to him, he will take a free card.
Yes.
Let's see what happens here. Yep, and he takes a free card. Ooh, the river's a 7. Like you said, Shirley, we were kind of rooting for that 5.
Yeah.
Wanted to see the fireworks. And now Ed bets 100. Shirley, the pot's like 700. He bets 100. Diablo calls. Mo can't call. And Diablo's actually going to take this one down with Queen Jack. Now, the way that, Mo got unlucky there, because, he had ace rag, but the other 2 players had queen, so it was kind of unlucky that the queen flopped.
Yeah.
You
Right. And Mo didn't just have a gut shot there. He caught his ace.
Well, yeah, he had an overcard to the
Uh-huh.
ace, too. Obviously, that 5 would have been the key
The
card
key
there.
card, right.
Yeah. Pocket aces again. This time it's for
Ali.
Ali. Remember, he had the queens a couple of hands ago
And beat aces.
and beat aces. And Ali, he's going to raise out of the big blind with aces. He's made it 100. That's a pretty good size raise.
Well, I
Damon's
don't
got
think-
pocket sevens.
It's been limped around. I would have liked to see a smaller raise to make a, you know,
To
to
get
play
one
with
caller?
one player. Yeah. You want to make a raise because you don't want to go against 3 opponents, but you also don't want to just pick up $30 in that spot.
I don't know. I like that raise. I mean, I guess you could make a case for like 70 or something. But when people raise out of the blinds to 50, that's just too small.
Right.
You know? So, you know, I guess a case could be made. It could have been a little bit smaller. You know, if you're stupid enough to lose all your money with chips and you only raise to 100 and Damon can make $1,000 off of you if he hits his set, then he's the one that's actually having positive expectations in the long run. Now, I don't think Ali's that type of player where if Damon moved all in on a ragged flop, that he would call necessarily with pocket aces. So you have to take all that stuff into consideration. Now, this time Ed's going to raise out of the blind. He's got ace-queen.
Was that all in?
He's raised to 100, it looks like. He has $1,000 chip there in front
Oh,
of him.
it doesn't look like he has many, so I guess he just has one big one sitting there.
One big one, yeah. And I don't know if Isaac can get a zoom. Yeah, you can kind of see it there.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Yeah,
greenish chip.
and they're a little bit larger than the other ones.
Yeah,
so.
they are. And sometimes the purple chips, we have big purple chips, which are $5,000 chips.
Right.
Which I think is the highest chip here.
I think so,
Denomination
yeah.
chip. And they have brown chips, which are $500 chips, which you don't see that often.
Oh, those are ugly. I got some of those. They paid me with those last night. Or
Did they
some
give you
of
a
them.
purple?
They gave me the, which ones? The 5,000?
5,000s,
Yes.
yeah. They gave you, what, 4 purples?
Four of those.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. They gave me a whole bunch of change. Want to make sure I have enough to
Did you
pick.
go and, like, get a check for that or something, or...?
We'll talk about that later.
Oh, okay. None of my business. No, I was just...
It's not that. It's not that. we had a little bit of an issue after.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. No, I just always I find it funny. Do people who have pretty big tournament scores walk out with 60, 70 grand in cash, which I never think is smart. You know?
Well, you should be allowed to if you want to.
Oh, of course, if you're allowed to.
Yeah,
but
you pay with cash, you should get cash.
No, I know. I just don't think it's necessarily smart to walk off with that type of money.
Right.
Yeah. Russ is raised here to 50 from the cutoff, it looked like. Ace-10 of clubs. Ed calls, Damon calls, Diablo calls. King 7-4. Gets checked to Russ, and he's going to bet 150. And I don't think Damon's the type of player that's going to call here just with second pair. He's not. And Russ looks like he's going to take it down. Although Diablo's still thinking over there. Wow. He's going to make the call with pocket 5. You've seen him do that before, too. My goodness. The turn is another king, which is probably going to make Diablo stay around even more. And now he bets. He bets on the king, hoping that Russ doesn't have a king, that he's got something like
ace-10.
Ace-10, ace-jack. And even if Russ had pocket queens in this spot, it would be a tough call.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a nice bet there by Diablo, and he's going to take it down. I'm sure Joseph Hashem did not walk out with $7.5 million
I
in cash.
guarantee it. That would be just ridiculous. But $25,000 isn't tons to walk out with, especially.
Yeah.
I park my car in valet, and I live 5 minutes from here.
Right.
So
I just like to always keep a player's
I'm
bank
not. I
here.
do have a player's bank.
Although I got to tell you that it wouldn't surprise me that some of those high action gambling tournament players wouldn't walk out with a couple million, something like Tuan Lee. You know, when he wins Foxwoods with $2.3 million. I've seen him walk around here and go to Yoshi's game with a bag full of cash.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Literally a bag.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. This pot is limped around. King 5-10, a couple of spades.
Really good flop for
Seat
seat
number
2,
2.
yeah.
King 9 of spades.
King 9 of spades. That's Joe.
That's Joe, the big winner.
Yep. Action Joe.
And Diablo's going to bet on the king. He's bet 85. Let's see if Joe raises or just decides to smooth call with his big hand in the draw here. Again, the flop is King 5-10, 2 spades. See what Joe does. He's got a monster hand.
I'm going to guess he's going to raise. Oh,
I think he's waiting to raise. I think if the spade doesn't come on the turn, his style is to raise here on the turn. And he's in really good shape, because if he raises Diablo on the turn, I can't imagine that Diablo... Well, you know, we've seen him make some calls before. The turn's a queen. That actually gives Joe a gut shot now, too.
yeah.
And I think that Diablo may have checked here with the king 3. So I believe the action is on Joe.
Yeah, there you go.
That is 250.
And he's bet 250 here.
250.
And Diablo's in real bad shape. And he's going to call. And here we go to the
Do you think
river.
he possibly thinks he has the best hand, or is he just trying to hit a 3?
Well, the river is a 4. And now that means that the 9 is going to play. King's Queen 10 with a 9. So you wonder if Joe's just going to check this one down. And he does. He does just check it down. And Joe's going to take down a nice little pot there again.
Building up his...
Stack, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diablo was trying really slim there. He needed to catch a 3 that wasn't a spade.
Or
Or
a
have the
higher
board
card.
paired.
Higher card than a 9, right?
Yeah. Higher card than a 9, have the board paired,
Or-
get a
or a
chop
board
pot.
pair.
Yeah. Something like that. Trip kings, I guess, would have split it up too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Probably what was the kicker? 10.
Yeah, queen
10
10.
queen. Mhm.
Yeah. $60 raise there. And we're heads up, pocket 10s against king 5. And it's a 3 flush again with an ace. Ace 6, 7, all hearts. And Bruce bets into it. I like the bet, and I can't imagine Diablo's going to call
No.
him. There we go. Russ McGinley quickly puts
Oh,
up on
thank you.
2+2 regarding the statistic we were wondering about Barbara Enright a couple
So,
minutes ago.
yeah.
1995. She got
It was 10 years.
5th place,
Yeah.
114,000. There you go.
Thank you.
You know, my TiVo picked up the 1994 main event final table on ESPN Classic last week, and our own Robert Turner was at the table. We saw him play one hand.
I saw that
Yep.
one too.
No.
I actually have a lot of the videos.
Oh, yeah.
My cousin found them cleaning out her garage. I have like 5 of the, way old ones, the 90s.
Damon is raised here from the cutoff. He has ace-queen suited. Diablo's going to call. Look at Ed. Boy, he's in love with the ace rag. Ace-deuce, he's coming in there out of position. Not a pretty good flop there for Damon. Queen 5-6. And he's going to bet 150. And Damon's going to take it down. Now, we haven't seen Damon that much on the show before, Shirley, because I don't think he really cares to play that much on the show, but if it's the only game going, he'll play. And, we've had this discussion before about when you play in the bigger no-limit games, if you just play it so straightforward, are you going to come out on top? And I think we've kind of almost come to the conclusion that, no, you have to make some moves. And Damon does this for a living, and he borderlines on, he does play it so straightforward, but not quite as so straightforward as, say, you let.
Right.
So he's kind of reducing his variance. I think he's a winning player.
Yeah, I
He's
would
smart.
think so, but I mean, we could see a classic example of how a person that mixes it up a little, like Mo,
Yeah.
is going to be much more successful. I'm
absolutely.
sure their bottom line, I'm sure
Yeah.
Mo probably makes threefold what Damon does,
Yeah.
in this game.
8-3-10 here, Rainbow.
Okay.
And Damon's going to bet 20 with an open-ended straight draw. And you would imagine that Diablo, since some of the calls we've seen him make, is going to call here with ace-8. And he is. And now what is Joe going to do here with second pair with a caller in between? He's going to call.
Deuce.
3 players in.
Black deuce.
Three-way action. Turn is a king.
Check.
You check, Joe?
And it gets checked around here. And Diablo is actually... The action's on Diablo. Oh, and Diablo is going to bet here.
75
He's going to bet 75. Now Joe's going to leave.
Now we got the same hand.
Look at that. Damon leaves here, too. Diablo takes it down there with ace-8.
You have 9-7.
And again, that's one of those cases where people will go, well, why did Damon just lay that down? Well, maybe he figures that if the straight card comes, it's too obvious, and he's not going to make any more money off of Diablo anyways.
Right.
So he's only making 1-1 on this
Right.
call on the turn. And he really needs 5-1 because it's a 6-1 shot there, a little less than 6-1 to hit the open-ended straight draw
Right.
on the river. So
9-5 of clubs. Oh, 8 something of clubs. I wanted a picture. There was a picture. Well, there's a king.
65.
seat 1 is raised. So Mo is going to come in here with ace-jack suited. Wow, and he gets called by Russ with ace-10 offsuit. And Ed came in with 7-3 of diamonds, and Diablo's in there with king-10. So we got about a $250 pot brewing. Oh, nice flop for ace-jack, deuce-jack-8. Unfortunately for Mo, I can't see anybody
He's not
calling
going to make
here.
any more money here.
But I'm sure he'll be happy to take down a $250 pot. No, look at this. Diablo's going to bet. Diablo bets. He doesn't really even... He's got a backdoor draw, surely. And Mo's going to
wow.
raise. Mo's going to make it... Looks like 3... He makes it 400. So it's a 175 bet there for Diablo. Mo raises. Ed's out. Russ is out. And I'm sure Diablo was just trying to make a move there.
I don't have to. You don't have to. If I have pocket twos, what can I say? Should I say my kicker is loose?
Bluff it, okay, show me.
Queens.
Show your bluff, I know it's in, you want to show it.
I'm not gonna bluff any more.
I'm not going to bluff anymore.
What did I show?
That one over.
Haha.
Ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs? Pocket aces, man. Oh, man. Pocket aces.
Admit,
Got a post up here on 2+2. Again, if you want to follow a live forum regarding this game, you can go to 2plus2.com, click on Tournament Poker, or click on Forums, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we're right there. Quicksilver is saying, do you have an update for us on how many people entered the low ball tournament today? And actually, I do. I think the amount was about 140, which I believe is a 30 or
Really?
40% increase
That's
on last
I was
year.
going to say,
Yeah.
that's pretty big.
Yep.
And pocket queens.
Yep. Pocket queens there for Damon, and he's raised to 60.
3 person.
And Diablo's called with the Jack-8 offsuit, and Mo's in there with King-10 suited. And I can understand Mo in position, but we've seen how tight Damon is. Now Mo hits top pair here, King 6-3. And look at this, Damon bets 100. So what does Mo do now? Was he trying to hit his king? He's going to raise. He's going to throw a feeler raise in there. And look at that, Damon quickly mucks. And again, it's not necessarily all about pre-flop
That's
hand
amazing.
selection and no limit. I think it's Mo knows the player that's raising, knows he has position. He's going to throw a feeler raise out there. Obviously, if Damon came over the top, I'm sure Mo would quickly muck.
It doesn't,
In a second.
I mean, he only doubled the bet. Did you
Right.
see? I mean, there was no hesitation
Right.
whatsoever in Damon right there. I mean, that's pretty easy to make Damon lay a hand down.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he didn't even just double a bet, and he doesn't even think about it. I would like to see him pause a little bit and at least consider what Mo might have called. He made the right move. I'm just saying. Seemed a little too easy. He was a little too eager to lay down.
Of course, lowball was the first form of legal poker spread in this casino, and I believe in California.
Most of them.
And the Bicycle Casino is named, people think, after the card company, but it's not the card company. It's after a wheel and lowball. That's what the original name comes from.
I did not know that. Thank you.
Joe is raised here. I think he's got pocket queens. I think he only raised. Oh, Mo raised to 35, and I believe that Joe re-raised. Nope, Joe just smooth called with queens, Shirley. Wow. Joe did not re-raise. And now the flop is ace-5 deuce. And let's see if Mo fires at it. He can take this one down.
I don't know.
Well, no one has an ace.
Yeah, I know, but Ed likes to call, and he has a pair.
Well, let's see what Joe does here. Remember, he smooth called pre-flop Mo's raise. And he does have the best hand, but I just can't see how you can make this call long-term. Ace deuce 5 up here.
We've basically seen that that's his move. We haven't really seen any raises or bets or anything, just calling.
Who's that?
Seat 5.
Seat 5. No,
Joe.
But
Ed.
but I'm talking about Joe here. Because he kind of cornered himself pre-flop.
Oh!
Yeah, he's got pocket
I
queens.
thought, I
Yeah.
apologize. My fault.
And look at this. Joe makes the laydown, and I think it's the
Yes.
right laydown.
I was thinking that Ed had the pocket queens. I was not paying enough attention.
Yeah, I mean, Mo's
Sorry.
going to take it down there.
Pull my hand.
I mean, Diablo, he hasn't mucked his hand, but come on.
No, he
Jack
has,
9,
yeah.
give me a break.
Diablo, I gotta show my hand.
And look at this. Mo's going to show the bluff this time, I think. And I love it. Look at that. And Joe and C2 can't be happy about that.
No.
And this is how Mo mixes up the table. You got to love it.
You to bluff it yet, no?
You got to love it. But again, I think that Joe kind of cornered himself.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of cornered himself there.
I don't know why I kept thinking that seat 5 was Joe. And I know Joe.
Everyone knows Joe. Everyone knows Joe. So I got my 2+2 form here.
Right?
I got a pretty lady to my left here.
Oh, thanks.
And I'm watching poker. I mean, what else can a guy want?
Okay, bring it down, my man.
Besides going up against a pretty lady in Omaha heads up, but we'll have to arrange that. on
Yeah.
the terms.
You'll be sorry.
I'm gonna get it back now, Brian.
Everybody's gonna miss now, right? Diablo's not.
Well, we're dealing with kind of a short table here now. A couple people have missed spots.
Joe? Option 1. 3 players.
Three-way action. 4, 5, 10. Couple of spades out there. Turn is an ace. Tuckman just ran in here, Shirley, and said that Vince Bergio might be coming in here for a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned
He
for
was,
that.
yeah. He was at my final table last
Yeah, he
night.
made the final table. He's quite an Omaha player in himself,
He
too,
is
right?
a very good
Yeah.
Omaha player. Actually, the other highest place finish in Omaha tournament, in a live Omaha tournament that I got second against Phil Hellmuth, Vince took third. So he's a very, very good player. Unfortunately for him, last night he, couldn't really pull anything together on
Yeah.
the final table. I think he went out 7th. Well, I have to shoot right here. I think it was 7th, though. No, it was not. 8th.
How many people were in the field?
All 10.
There was 155.
Looks like Damon's getting up.
Yeah.
And
5
this
players.
pot is checked around here. Ace, queen, 6, couple of spades.
That's 50.
A $50 bet there by, looks like by Russ. He doesn't have anything. 9-10. But neither does anyone else. Joe's got queen 9. He's going to muck.
So I'll step out and let you talk to Vince.
And Russ takes it down there.
Small blind, big blind. $10 big blind.
Somebody taking this? Sorry.
There's 4 players. $75. Tom Joe. Tom Blanchard. Okay.
But
And we are back here with
Thank you very much.
Vince Bergio. Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure for joining us. You can take a look at yourself up there. Here, you can shake my hand.
what an ugly man. How you doing?
It's great. So, Vince, we're here live at the bike, and as we like to say, this is really the first show that's ever showed hole cards for a cash game. What do you think about that concept? I mean, everything on television are all tournaments.
Well, I think it's a great concept because a lot of the beginning players and people who don't play regularly can see how play goes and maybe learn a little bit about the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see our setup here, we've got the hole card cameras over there. And once Isaac switches off there to the main screen, it's just a big multitasking plex here. We've got the game going on here, and then we've got...
Oh, wait a second. I like it better when I'm on.
Oh, okay. So you actually made it pretty deep last night in the $500 Legends tournament where our girl won the tournament, Shirley. So
very
that was...
proud of her. I'm very proud of her. I played several times with her. We go back quite a ways with the Omaha.
Yeah.
And I was happy to see she won. I came in 8th and didn't hold any cards at the last table, but I was, like I said, real happy for her.
Now, you've made a lot of final tables in Omaha. It's got to be one of your strongest games, right? The 8 or
I
better?
think so, yeah. It's one of them, probably won the most tournaments in No Limit Hold'em and Stud Split and Ace to 5, but Omaha, I've probably made more final tables than just about anybody.
Now, today's tournament was a lowball tournament, and that's very, very old school, kind of old California poker school. And actually, I want to correct myself because I said there was 147 entries, but there's actually only 93 players. Did you see some people in there they haven't seen for years and years and years, kind of the old crew coming back from lowball?
Yeah, I think you do. That's probably the only game that you'll see a group of maybe 20 or 30 of those players that come in. So it's kind of unique in the sense that those players probably don't play in the casinos regularly anymore since there is no Ace to 5 anymore.
Now look at this. See, Diablo put seat 5 all in with a queen high flush, and Ed, boy, he's made a frustration call there with just, he made 2 pairs there on the end. He had kings up, and Diablo got all the money there from the guy. And that looked like about an $800 or $900 pot there. So
right.
We see some crazy action here on this table. This is a 5-10 no-limit game. Sometimes we do 10-20 no-limit games, and sometimes we have limit poker on here too. But
I see he made runner to make the heart.
Yeah, he did.
So
yeah.
actually, the King 7 was the best hand most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. Now, you've had a pretty impressive tournament record so far, especially this year, where you won 3 tournaments back-to-back at the Plaza.
Right.
And had some success at the Ultimate Poker Challenge as well, which is also held there. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think the first tournament was called the World Poker Classic, and I did win back-to-back, which is extremely hard to do, although the fields weren't very large. It still is about 80,000 to 1 to win back-to-back.
Really? So, and how much did you end up winning in that entire time that 6 weeks?
I think I won 75 plus about 150,000.
Wow. And that is quite the feat. Now, you still play regular cash games
Not
as
very
well?
much.
Not very much
No,
anymore?
No, I'm just too busy. I write for Card Player
Right.
and 2 or 3 other magazines, and for a couple internet sites, and I have 4 daughters and 9 grandchildren, and so I mean, my time's valuable, and I'm getting to the point where I really don't need the money, so I don't want to come down here and play. But I do enjoy the tournaments, and I have a book coming out in a few months, so I'm too busy to spend a lot of time playing.
Now, have you embraced the online poker boom like some of the other great players have also, like Doyle Brunson and some of these old-time players, too? I mean, they've almost switched to playing more online than they do in the casinos just because it seems to make more sense to them because you can just see so many more hands, and logistically the expenses are less, etc.
Well, I wouldn't say I've embraced it in that sense. I do play like everybody else, but I don't spend a lot of hours playing. It's counterproductive to me, at least, to spend a lot of hours doing something like that. I mean, I don't want to knock the industry because it's certainly been good to me. In fact, the last 2 tournaments I won at the Plaza, I was sponsored one by Absolute Poker, which gave me several $1,000s if I would have won it, which I did. And then the next tournament I won, I was sponsored by Full Tilt, which gave me even more money. So I no way want to knock the internet sites, but I say if you're busy and you've got a lot of things to do, it can be time consuming, just like playing poker in the casinos.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
am I going to be barred for saying all this?
Well, you're not one of those guys on Full Tilt that's highlighted in red that when they play on their site that they know that you're on. Full Tilt kind of embraced all those players, Cloney Gowan, John Jawanda, Phil Gordon, and all those guys are highlighted when you go on there and you're playing cash games and you know that they're there.
I used to be sponsored by Paradise Poker, and they had your name, like my name was Invincible Vince.
Yeah.
But they had a team of about 7 or 8 of us, and the whole object, I mean, they gave us several $100s a month, but the whole object was that people would want to come and play with us. But what I sort of found out was that once they knew who I was, that the games would break up. So
that only makes just a little bit of sense, right?
Yeah. Well, I just figured out I'd be better off using some other kind of name, which I have in recent years.
Yeah, I actually, when we were first starting to do this show, I actually have multiple names on there because you don't necessarily want to give yourself up in a cash game, especially when you're online. You kind of lose your edge. I mean, you go play live and they know see that you're Vince. Well, if you're playing behind a computer, why do they want to know that you're Vince too?
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting. Behind you, Vince, we've got our Live at the Bike board here, and we've got a lot of players that have signed the board. The World Series of Poker champion signed the board. We've got Mark Safe, Greg Raymer. A lot of people have come through, so if you'd be nice enough to sign the board for us, we really appreciate you
I would be honored.
Stopping by.
I would be honored to sign it, and I thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, so
thank you.
Go ahead, grab that Sharpie. Great. Thank you very much, Vince. Good luck with the rest of the Legends. And that was a nice little treat there. Vince Bergio stopping by. And we're going to go back to the game. And we're going to see four-way action here. It's been limped around. Ace, 9, 10. Another 3 flush with an ace. And Ali in seat 4 has flopped a flush. He's flopped the second nut flush, and he's checked it from up front. And it gets checked around. The turn is a 6. And now Ali's going to bet. Looks like he bet about 50. And Eamon called there with a king, with king 10, and he's drawing totally dead. An ace comes on the river. And it looked like Ali checked it down there, perhaps trying to induce a bluff, or maybe he didn't really feel that good about his hand. Well, anyways, he takes it down there with the flush.
Tonight's your night. Big flop and everything.
Yes, sir.
I have set, I flop 3 6 he beat me with a 3.
No, I don't see that one.
He had the ace king.
Options.
Ace,
Oh, yeah.
ace only has
Here we go, limped around again
Oh, yeah. That's
to the flop.
and pocket queen, they are
Jack 5. Gets checked around. The turn is an ace.
that hand I have the set.
The river is a 4.
which one?
3 queen, what is it?
And it looks like Ed's going to take this one down with king high.
Aces.
And David told me that we're actually going to have someone else come into the booth tonight. Another kind of a treat for tonight's low ball tournament. Pat Flanagan, who actually holds a World Series of Poker bracelet for the Ace to 5 low ball. So he's going to be in here shortly. And this will give me the opportunity to ask him kind of the old guard versus new guard questions. Of course, low ball was the first form of poker that was legal in California, at least in this area.
50.
Russ is raised here to $50. He's got pocket queens. And Diablo and Ali are going to come in.
4 play.
Here we go to the flop. Flop is a 7-8-7, couple of diamonds. Not a bad flop for pocket queens. Diablo's picked up a pair. It gets checked to
150.
Russ, and he's going to bet 150 with the over pair, pocket queens. And I believe that he's going to take it down unless Diablo's going to make a stubborn call here. And it looks like he is going to make a stubborn call.
2 players.
Here we go. The turn is a 10 of diamonds. And Diablo can make a straight here with a 9 now, and the river's a 10. And that counterfeits Diablo's hand as he plays the board, and Russ has got the overpair, and he takes it down. And we are joined by, again, like I said, a special guest, Pat Flanagan. How are you doing tonight?
Pretty good, and you?
Floor man.
Pat, thanks for joining us at Live at the Bike. I was just telling some of the viewers that you hold a bracelet for a World Series of Poker bracelet for Ace to 5 lowball. Am I
Yes.
correct about that? What year did you win that in?
91.
In 91. Now, the funny thing about lowball is, and we just had talked to Vince Bergio before, it's kind of a cross between the old school of poker versus new school of poker. Now, lowball was really the first form of legal poker in this area, right?
Well, draw poker, which
Right.
was low ball and high.
And
but-
high, draw high,
but-
right?
But low ball dominated the play. It was
Uh-huh.
mostly low ball at that time. Until 87, when stud type games were allowed to come into California.
Uh-huh. Now, did you used to play in those old school draw games when poker was first legalized around
Yes,
here?
I started playing low ball in the casinos while I was in college here, back in the mid-70s.
Uh-huh.
And then I played here, was an everyday player here when they used to have the large low ball games here back in the 80s and early 90s.
And there is actually another card room in town that consistently spreads 15-30 low ball, right, for those old schoolers that sometimes you see a bunch of people play
I believe
at.
there's a card room that does 15-30, and there's also one that does a 30-60.
Yeah.
But the problem is the game doesn't go very long.
Yeah.
The game really is starting to dry up on the live action.
Trying out the live action. I always want to ask I call them pure low ball players, the Ace to 5 people. What do you think about Deuce to 7 triple draw? Do you think that that's a bastardized version of the game, just kind of arranged for the gambling types at those high mix levels.
Well, that probably takes care of one of the reasons why Ace to 5 had been dying is that there wasn't enough action for a lot of the younger players.
Yeah.
And but it is a completely different game. It's harder to get the analyze your hand and get a grip on it. In early draws.
Yeah.
So much can happen. So
I mean, there's just
variables.
All forms of draw poker are pretty slim to none, unless you get up those higher limits when you're talking about those kind of exotic draw games like Doogie, and obviously Deuce to 7, when you're really high up in the mix. But now, have you embraced the new forms of poker like Hold'em?
I play Hold'em, no limit Hold'em, and limit predominantly. I don't play Omaha very often. I play stud once in a while.
Of course, we've got a stud high-low game here at the Bike that's pretty prevalent.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Live at the Bike is the only poker program, and we're going to flip off to the table here in a second so you can get a chance to see what we talk about here. It's the only poker program where cash games, you're seeing the whole cards, and it's a cash game as opposed to tournaments on television.
Right.
What do you think about the idea about that?
I think it's a good idea to gather some interest as long as there's a short time delay.
Yes, it's definitely a short time delay. Yeah.
In the play.
Yeah, absolutely.
That had always been people's worry.
Yeah. So let's look at a hand real quick here. This hand is about to conclude. And this is a 5-10 no limit game, Patrick. So the yellow chips are $5 chips. The purple chips are $25 chips. The white chips are $100 chips. And this is an unrestricted buy-in game. So it's a big game.
Yeah.
It's a big cash game. And the game is a little bit short now. Of course, we actually webcast this show 4 hours a week from Wednesday through Saturday from 6 to 10. So we've seen a ton of live poker on here. Do you ever play no-limit cash games?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah? At this level normally, or?
Yeah.
Yeah? So we've got a couple of tight players and some action players in the game, and it looks like this pot got limped around 5 ways. So it's about a $50 pot to the flop.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Jack, deuce, 3, a couple of spades. Joe over there in seat 2 has a flush draw. He's got the king high flush draw. And it looked like Ali out of seat number...
That's 35.
Actually, it looks like seat 5 bet with the ace 10. So he bet with nothing, just overcards, or one overcard. And Joe called with a flush draw. 9 of hearts comes on the turn. And Diablo is in there in seat 9 there with 6-4. He's got a gut shot to the 5. And it goes check, check, and now the flush draw on the button. King 5 is his turn to act, looks like. So no one really has much of anything here. No one really even has a pair here, Patrick.
No.
And now Joe's going to bet. He's going to make a semi-bluff bet.
Yes, and good chance he'll take it down here.
Yeah. And he does take it down. So, well, great example of a no-limit hold'em hand where people don't necessarily have to hit their hand to bet it. Patrick, I want you to take a look behind us at our board here. We've got a lot of famous poker players that have signed the board, and we really appreciate you coming in. And would you be kind enough to sign the board and sign it for us?
Sure, no problem.
Great. So, whenever you're ready, you can do that. We got a Sharpie marker here. Dave is pointing, and I don't know where he's pointing. Oh, it's behind the computer. There we go.
Option player. 4 players.
So thanks a lot, Patrick, for stopping by. Great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
It was nice to meet you.
Nice talking to you.
Good luck for the rest of the Legends Tournament series.
Nine.
Oh, man. I was out of state now. I would have been.
Big ones, you want that?
And now Shirley's back in the booth. We want to thank Patrick for coming around. And we've got a limped pot again here. 6 jack deuce. Eamon is bet 25, it looks like.
3 players.
With the jack, and Ali called with the flush draw. Diablo called with pocket 5s again, Shirley. Look at this way he loves
favorite
that hand.
Yeah.
Eamon's going to bet 75 here again with the 10, and no one's going to call this time.
So, Bart, well, I don't know if they'll be able to see it. Isaac, how close can you get up on my new ring I just got? I don't think you'll be able to get very Oh, no, you can't see it at all. It's a Legends of Poker ring. See, it looks like
cool.
almost a class ring. Cool. That's what they gave me for winning.
What is turquoise? Amethyst?
Something like that with a little bit BC in the middle of it. I need to get it sized. It's a little too big.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, huh? I like it.
Ooh, a couple of ace-king suiteds here.
Although the diamonds are pretty much taken out.
I believe that Mo raised here with nothing. He raised he was either straddling. I think he was straddling Shirley. I don't know. We'll see if he's got the option on a way, because we're hearing that he's made it 20, but that sounds a little bit odd. But anyways,
yeah.
Seat 2, Joe, he raised with ace king.
He must have been straddling.
Yeah. And Diablo's going to call. So they both have the same hand. It's about a $200 pot, and Ed's in there with queen jack again.
Yeah. And then there was another player with 2 diamonds, so a lot of the diamonds are already taken here.
Mo had 2 low diamonds. Now here we go. It's about a $300 pot to the flop. Ace 9-9, and Mo would have picked up trips if he had stayed in. Now Joe is pretty much free rolling here because he has spades in his hand. He's going to bet. Can't quite tell how much the bet is.
3 players.
Oh, maybe he... I can't tell if he bet there or if he checked. The turn is a 7 of hearts.
100.
And seat 9 now bets 100 with the ace king. And I believe that Joe checked the flop, which was kind of interesting. And now I think he's probably thinking about either raising or calling. He's going to call. So we are going to have a chop pot here, Shirley.
Well, it all depends on what happens here.
Turn, the river is an 8. And I think Diablo...
He's betting.
200?
200.
I thought that Brian said that somebody said all in, but... No, he's bet 200.
And Joe calls.
And Joe calls, and we're going to chop it up.
We will chop it up.
Yep.
Okay, you know what I have? 9-3 of
Whatever, Joe. You play very carefully, eh? Whatever.
Yeah, we got a new player coming in there. It's Mr. Kim in seat 7. Have you ever played draw poker before?
No.
No? Never? Not even when you were a kid?
No.
5-card draw when you were like playing with your family?
You know, I never really, I didn't learn poker until I started in the casino. I was a very avid game player, but my mom's not going to introduce me to poker.
Avid game player like Parcheesi, Shoots and Ladders? Like that type of thing?
Well, you know, a little more advanced than Shoots and Ladders. I mean, it certainly wasn't chess, but...
what's in between Shoots and Ladders and chess?
Backgammon's one.
Oh.
And, you know, I played Trivial Pursuit and Yahtzee and all those games, of course, yeah. Yeah. And now there's some great games. I mean, my whole family still loves to play games. They love Pictionary.
Really? I haven't really been into the newest board games.
There's this one called Cranium. It's so much fun. That's one of the best games that we play. It's a little bit of everything.
Now, everyone's limped in here. Now, Joe, he had ace-queen offsuit, chose not to raise out of the big blind, and we're going to see a flop. 10-10 queen. No one has a 10, and Joe has top pair. Edic's got top pair, too.
75.
And Ed is bet 75 here. And you wonder how Joe is going to play this. Is he going to check raise? Is he going to check call?
bet Mr. Kim 75.
Yeah, I know
I'm
this.
sorry.
I don't, I'm checking the board.
Mr. Kim's just got ace 4. He's going to muck.
Kim is a very careful player.
Oh, Diablo's got pocket 5s again, surely. I mean, is this going to be the 4th time he's going to call? No, not this time.
Oh, the 5 will probably get there on the turn this time.
And looks like Joe is just going to smooth call here.
Yeah.
So Joe is in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, I'm second.
I'd like to maybe see Joe bet here on the turn to see where he's at.
75.
He's checked at his bet. And let's see what Joe does here. It's a $75 bet. And again, Ed has kind of played weakly the entire night, and that tells me that he's not going to be the type of person that's going to bet right out on trips. I mean, it's just something that you've got to...
Right.
So, you know, it's a gross generalization again, but we've seen a lot of poker.
Yeah.
And it's usually that way. But Joe just makes the check call. The river's an 8. And Joe played it pretty conservatively there, check calling all the way with ace-queen, and he's going to take it down.
2,000. You got lucky.
New player there in seat 6. His name is Paul, and I think we got word that he's buying in for $4,500. So he's coming
Much
in
better
for a lot.
buying.
Coming in for a lot.
A player. That's why you call Mohawk, the Joe trick.
Pot is limped around. You know, it looks like almost 8-way action here. So it's about an $80 pot. Got checked around. Turn is a 9, 7-7-4 on the flop. Boy, trying to figure out who's got the best hand
I
here.
know. It doesn't look like anybody has
Does
any
anyone have a
pair
pair?
on there is no pair.
Boy, is that odd. And Mr. Kim, well, he's got a flush draw, so he's going to bet 40.
They'll probably pick it up, I would imagine. I'm still exhausted from last night, Bart. I don't know if you can help. I'm just whooped.
Well, it's nice that you've made it in here tonight.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I went to bed at 7, and it's really hard to sleep until, you know, all day long. You know, I woke up at, I think, 1 in the morning, but that's... I mean,
1 in the afternoon.
that's what I mean, 1 in the afternoon. That's not very much sleep. Not for me, anyways.
Well, it's nothing like a crusty old low baller coming in to do an interview, I'm going to tell you.
Is that his specialty game?
Yeah, so it seems that way, although we just got a link there on KevMap on 2+2. He linked up some Hendon mob statistics, and he placed in some other events. Now Mo is raised here from the button, and I think he's going to take it down. 7-9 offsuit.
One time and maybe a second time. Three-way. Three-way.
And Mo has been remarkably quiet tonight,
Three-way double up.
and Joe has been the big winner. And Joe has some sort of link to Men Win, just like seems like almost every Vietnamese player does. I don't know, he's uncle or cousin or brother or something. And David Pham is his uncle or, you know, something like that.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I know, he has the same last name
Yeah.
as him. It's
Wow.
Joe Wynn.
Queen 10 queen. Diablo's going to put a bet out here with pocket 3s. He has the best hand. And he takes it down.
One of the two.
doesn't take much to make a girl happy. I'm just sitting here looking at my ring like, wow, that's so cool.
Three-way action that's been linked around. King 7-6, couple of spades. Look at that. Paul's going to make a bluff bet. Queen Jack.
35.
35. Ali's got top pair there. Got King 9. And he's going to call. Ali's played really conservatively tonight, too. You know.
Well,
really
I mean, I've only
conservatively.
seen him play a couple times, and I've seen
Right.
him play like that every time.
Well, now he's made kings up. A 9 comes on the turn. And it goes check, check. And the river's a king, so he's made a full house, kings full of 9s on the river, and he's checked it again. Look at this. He's checked to induce a bluff, and it's going to happen. He's hoping that the guy's got spades, and Ali says raise, and Paul immediately
I said,
folds.
forget it.
Yeah.
Stop.
Just came out the big. Big blind, Mr. Kim.
Mo is raised here to $60. He's got Queen 9 offsuit. C3 is going to call.
60.
Pocket sixes. And here we go. Heads up. Queen 9 against pocket sixes. $120 pot. See what Mo does here.
Give me my money back.
He's going to bet. Might be enough. That king might be enough to scare Russ away. It's only one over card, sure.
So much for that.
Wow. And Russ calls. So it's a $125 bet and a call. And now Russ is going to stick around because he's got an open-ended straight draw. And now Mo checks. And Russ checks right behind him. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I might want to bet there with pocket sixes. And the river is a 5. And let's see what Mo does now. And Mo's going to bet. I think he's going to bet 400. So surely the pot's about 900, I believe. Or actually, the pot's about 700. 400 for Russ to call. Mo checked the turn. And now he's betting the river. And he's put Russ in a tough spot here. And that's why I think if I was Russ, I might have made a bet there on the turn. But he's going to make the call, and he's going to take it down.
This is the second block. You got it. No, this is the second block. Oh, man. Diablo. You give me 100. You said you're going to give me 100.
I said if I flop you and win, I didn't win. I win.
Well, I think that Mo might have thought that the guy was on a club draw if he checked, obviously, the turn.
And he might be able to pick it up there.
Yeah.
And then plus the 5 being, a scary card
Yeah.
there.
That's how you have to win it. Right, Bob?
Pocket queens here for seat number 7.
Which is Mr. Kim.
Mr. Kim. He's going to raise. Going to make it 100 to go. And he's going to take it down there.
Forehand, Mo.
Shirley, I'm going to hop out of the booth here for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I'll be back in a little bit.
Alrighty.
So we'll hand it over to you.
We have a $40 bet there from seat 3, Russ. I think it's been called so far. Holly made the call. Pocket fours.
4 players.
There we go. Four-way action. Flop a queen 9-6, 2 hearts. Eamon has the best hand here with pair of 9s. But seat 3 is going to continue to bet. His second pair there, third pair. And he picks up the pot.
I wanted to load it. You gonna play?
Hey, Chips.
Someone's calling for chips. I was wondering if someone was adding on in that game. I'm calling for chips because we're going to get a new player. Mr. Kim, it looks like he's going to leave, and we're going to get a new player in that spot. His name is John. Okay, we have 2 players in this pot. Pocket 9s versus ace 10. They both checked. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Okay, Eamon bets his pair of 9s there, and I'll pick up the pot. Diablo seems to have lost a lot of his chips. He's just pretty much been calling off a lot of them, except for the one move he made earlier with the open and straight flush, or open and straight, but it didn't quite work.
All right, Brian.
So it was nice to see Vincent here. He congratulated me last night, or for last night. And then last night I also had Randy Holland, which is also a very tough competitor. So players are moving around a little bit. Tall's taking seat 7, and the new player John is going to come into seat 6. We'll find out how much he's buying in a little while.
Yes, you have to put it. Yeah, you have to post it.
Looks like he bought in for about $1,500. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a pretty well-known tournament player. I'm like blank right now. I can't think of his last name. We have 4-way action here. Flop with ace, ace, 10. It's been checked around. Queen on the turn, giving Eamon and Diablo both the same hand. $25 bet. Diablo calls. And they'll be heads up. And the 9, which is irrelevant.
3 pair. You got 3 pair, and I got 3 pair.
And then, oh, geez. Isaac, I'm going to kill you. Ignore that picture. So John's sitting there cleaning the table. It looks like he brings wet wipes in his pocket. Clean the table, make sure it's all sanitized before he sits down. It looks like Russ raised there. No, Mo raised. And we have three-way action. He made it $60. Okay, it's been checked to Mo. And Mo is going to bet his pair and gut shot straight draw. He does have the best hand and picks up the pot. Okay, limped pot here again. Four-way action. Flop of queen, queen, 9. Which isn't a bad flop for Eamon in seat 8. He has a spade draw. 6 is the turn, giving Ali a pair. 10s. John still has the best hand with a pair of 9s. Well, queens and 9s. Oh, take that back. Diablo has trips. Okay, 8 of diamonds on the river. So Diablo still has the best hand. He's betting $75. I'm surprised Eamon called right there. He was looking for his spade draw. He wasn't really looking to make a pair there. Obviously, somebody else had something that was better than that, considering there had been a bet call and an overcall behind him. Okay, another limped pot. Not very much aggression here. Four-way action. Flop of queen, 5, 5. Here we have seat 2 betting a measly $20 and is going to pick up that pot. I wonder if someone from 2+2 could tell me who that is. I think it's John Huang, Huong. I know I've seen him play tournaments before. Okay, we have four-way action again. Hoang, yeah. $35 bet from Ali. And picks up the pot uncontested. I think we need Patrick on this game. I saw him outside. He was going to go play a satellite. He livens up the game. Or we need Mo to stop getting a massage, though. He's too relaxed. We have a $45 bet there from Paul. He has deuce 3. That's mixing it up a little. Flop of king 8-5. Mo checks.
60.
Paul bet 60. And Mo folds. I have Denny in here. I'm going to convince him to talk with me. Come on, Denny. I'll even scoot over for you.
The cable is stuck on the chair.
Okay, I'll get it all fixed
there
for
we
you.
go.
I'll take care of you. It's still stuck.
It's still stuck.
Yeah.
Isaac, don't get a shot of this, whatever you do. Hey, everybody. I come barging in here. I slam the door thinking that you're on Table Talk.
And then I convince him to sit down with me for 1
How's
second.
it going, champ?
I'm doing good. I'm
Omaha
loving my
champ.
ring, Denny. I'm
It's
telling
nice.
you. I said it doesn't take much
That's
to get a
white
girl.
gold.
I love it. I really do.
Good.
I mean, it just needs to be a little bit smaller.
Now your stone's a little small because it's a lady's ring, but if you look in there, you can see a BC.
I did.
Oh,
I did. I
okay.
noticed that.
All right.
Yep.
What are you guys playing here?
But I'm pleased.
Is this the 500 game?
Yeah, $500 no limit minimum buy-in with $5, $10 blinds.
Okay.
And we have 2 players with really nothing but draws here. They're both checking here. And Joe does have the best hand. The only way Paul's going to win is if he makes a bet here. That's 225. That was a really tough call for Joe to make. He does have the best hand. Paul wins.
Well, I just came in here because I heard they have a celebrity banner in here for autographs, so I thought I'd
So
come
you
and
thought
sign
you'd
it.
sign it? Yeah. I was going to actually give you a little bit of a hard time. I mean, it's nice being the boss. You don't have to wait there till 7 in the morning like the rest of the guys did, waiting for me to finish.
No, I was here. I really was. I was in the bathroom, I think.
Oh, okay. Boy, your guys did a great job.
Thank you.
I actually felt bad that they had to stay here so late.
I
for
know.
Me. We weren't going for deals, you know?
I made a joke with them. Usually the dealers have a signing card, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, yesterday took 2 cards.
Yeah, really.
Said it was a 2-card night.
Okay, we have 2 players in the hand, seat 4 and 8. Just Ali and Eamon. Ali has pocket aces. We missed that. There you go. Bets $50 and Eamon quickly calls. Trying to hit a 10 here.
There's an ace. Look at that. Filled it
Ali
up.
checks. Hopefully that Eamon can get there with a 10. He makes a queen. He might get a little value from that now. And Eamon's been slowly losing his chips. Well, actually, he lost them quickly in the beginning, and since then has.
He's going to lose
slowly
them all
been
right
losing them.
now because he thinks Ali doesn't have anything. I was going to say it's a bad play for Ali to check the turn there.
No, it
but
was
it turned
great
out
play.
to be a very good play.
Yeah, well, he wasn't going to get beat. I mean, only thing that was going to beat him was quad 8s.
Yeah. Boy, you've really gone high tech. I've been gone, what,
I know.
3 weeks
It's
maybe?
a lot different in here, yeah. So tell me about the low ball event.
Low ball?
Does that drag on even longer? I
No,
don't play it, so
no, it
I
won't
don't know.
drag. It won't drag on as long as last night did.
Right.
I don't think so. Well, these guys are so old, they can't stay up that late. So
Right.
we tell them a bedtime story about 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Get him in the mood to, hurry up and finish, settle.
Yeah. No, it'll probably go to 3, maybe 4 in the morning, though.
Yeah.
Had 93 players today,
Uh-huh.
and a little more than we had last year. So.
And first prize of what, 18, 19?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, 18,600. Paying one table only.
I almost played myself today.
Ugh.
No, I didn't play any satellites.
Are you allowed to play in your own tournament?
Sure.
Yeah?
The players ate it, some of them. It was funny.
That's like welcome money. I mean, you just give money
I know. I mean, I'm the deadest money out there.
Yeah.
I played a one-table satellite the other day. I got pocket deuces, and I moved all in, and a guy called me with ace-queen suited. Well, I won the pot. He was so mad. He had about $40 left. He quit the satellite. I said, wait, you got change. He goes, you take it. And he walks off. And we ended up blinding him off. I thought that was the funniest thing. Well, listen, I'm going to give
Yeah, well, thanks for stopping in, Denny.
Headphones back.
Sorry for
Why he's
dragging
munching on
in here.
Jello. What is that? Licorice? Something? Whatever. Anyway, it was nice to come in again.
Yes.
And I'll make other guest appearances when Evelyn gets stuck for
All right.
talent. When she gets desperate, she can call me, I told her.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we have a bet here. Bet and a call. $40 bet and a call. We have, both players have a pair of 9. One has jack kicker, one has a queen kicker. And it turns a king, which isn't a good card for neither one of them. The one that has queen 9 does have a spade draw, too. That's Joe. And he bets and picks up the pot. There we go.
Well, that was interesting, having Denny come back.
Yeah, I miss talking with Denny in here.
Brings back old times when we were in the old room. Boy, that was a very tight room. Small room.
Oh, the one that we used to work in, you mean? It was a closet, Bart.
Yeah, it was a
That's what I
utility
always
closet.
called it, yeah.
Come on. Evelyn, our producer, used to use it for storage. Russ is going to come in here for a raise from the cutoff. Queen 9 suited. Seed 8's got 6-7 of hearts. And Joe's going to be in there with Jack 7 of diamonds. So here we go. To the flop. John has swapped trips. Seed 8 with the 6-7's got trip 6s. And he's checked them from up front. Look at that Raish grin on his face. Russ's bet here made that continuation bet. Let's see if John check raises here or decides to smooth call. He's going to raise. He's going to check raise 350. Joe's gone. And I can't imagine Russ is going to do anything unless he thinks the guy's full of it. Well, he's still thinking about something over there. Don't possibly know what he's thinking about.
No.
If he's going to make a move over the top, he's in big
I
trouble.
had to actually check back and see if his cards are right. I'm like, does he really have queen 9? What's?
He's going to lay it down now. Big act.
What a cool little graphic that was, Isaac.
Yeah, it's a pip. Picture in picture.
Yeah.
Picture in picture. There we go. Shirley, look. There you go.
Oh.
Picture in picture. I've got to turn that one around on some of the tech crew in here one time.
Put it more on you.
There. Oh, there's a shot that everyone wants to see.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller picture on the table. This game is a little bit, played a little tight so far tonight.
Yeah, actually, somebody on 2+2. Let's see. SP Surfing Michael says this game is better than County Cheap tonight. Put him to sleep, that's for sure.
Well, live poker, you know, It's live poker.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter if it's boring. I mean, you can make money off it even if it's boring.
Absolutely.
But, watching
Yeah.
it's another thing. If you're not out there making money off it.
I still think it's entertaining, though.
You can still learn a lot.
I still think it's entertaining, yes.
Yeah. Well, I learn a lot no matter what. I mean, even if the game's kind of...
Yeah. Well, you have to be able to adjust to different types of games. I mean, not every game is going to have a Jesus in it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And that's not the Messiah, for those of you who are wondering out there. And there's a bet there by seat 5, Ed. He's got a jack, and he's going to take it down.
Finally, he bets. He doesn't just call.
Okay. Okie dokie. We're gonna have fun. Whatever you say, I will do. Very easy. If you don't want me to stand up, I will do that.
Hey, Isaac's hysterical today.
Sorry about that,
he
folks.
keeps getting us looking retarded in here.
Yep. We got a little tangled up, Denny. I don't know how Denny got the other...
Well, because I moved over. I'm normally in that seat. I just took my headset with me over on this side, and so we had them crossed.
Couple of limpers here again. Four-way action, $40 pot to the flop. Deuce, 6-9. Ed, he's on a roll. He's hit top pair again.
Mm-hmm.
And he bets 35, and he's going to take it down, I'm sure.
He doesn't bet much, neither. I mean, the pot was small, but...
Do you play pot limit Omaha High-Low too?
I have played it live. I've never played a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's a totally different game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's almost similar to pot limit Omaha High as opposed closer to that game than it is to Omaha High-Low limit, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's... You have to... The high hands go up in value.
Mm-hmm. And you could play hands that don't have decent. You could play wheel cards like a 3, 4, 5, 6 wouldn't be a bad starting hand. You get higher value from it, so it's worth it to see. At least from when I played. It's I wouldn't even play deuce 3, 4, 5 in a regular Omaha game. I mean, well, depending on the situation, but for the most part, I wouldn't.
What is that, a 500? They want me over there, but I don't want to leave you over here.
Here we go. Looked like Ed had raised there a little bit out of the big blind. Pocket tens. Queen 5-8 on the flop. And he's going to continue to bet. Pocket tens. He has the best hand. John in seat 8's got 5-3. And he looks like he's going to call here. Going to call with bottom pair.
Yeah, it's only a $30 bet.
Well, this is, again, one of these situations where if John doesn't hit a 5 or 3, but if he hits a diamond, he can represent the diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the turn is a 4.
Like he won last night.
And now Ed bets 40. John's gonna raise, so he's just setting up
pick
a
up
move.
on that weak bet.
Yeah. Well, but every bet that Ed's made is like that, though.
Right.
I mean, he's playing it like it's limit poker. I don't know. I mean, if I wouldn't have backed myself on this type of hole if I was Ed, but I mean,
well, I'm sure we both agree that neither of us play like Ed. I mean, we would have played that a lot differently. First off, you don't raise a little bit out of the blind with pocket tens. You either try to see a flop and hit a huge hand, you know, or you try to raise a lot and pick up the blinds.
New player coming into seat 7. Tony.
But then when it hits you, then you double up. I don't like that. I don't like that corporation. You know, to come in on my hand.
Ooh, pocket kings there for Mo.
He likes it when I leave the money over there. He goes, Moses, thank you, devil. Yeah.
Mo limped in.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. He limped in. Maybe he was hoping that Joe was going to raise it to his left, but he didn't get the raise. Now, 4, Jack 4. Now, I'm sure Mo's going to throw a little feeler bet in here.
Yeah.
But if he takes a lot of heat, you know, he's not the type of player that would be stubborn about laying his hand down in an unraised pot. But I think that he's going to take it down here, and he is. I don't really know. I mean, obviously, like we said, the limp re-raise move, you can do it in early position, but Mo was kind of in late position there. I'm surprised to see that he limped there. Again, unless he was really trying to exploit Joe to his immediate left, who's been pretty aggressive. But regardless, he has the best hand.
So I told him I gotta go play with Mo. Mo's gonna get mad.
Yeah, if you like me, then
Mo. We have a good variation around it, but I don't. I got the best hand, that's all.
And this pot gets chopped up. No flop, of course, is a reduced collection for the house. Chopped blinds. 50 cents instead of $3, plus a jackpot drop now in all the hold'em games. So.
Yeah, you don't have to pay the jackpot drop if you don't see a flop.
Yep. Limped around. What else is new here? Bo's got a deuce 7 offsuit in the big blind. Here we go. Ace 8 king. 2 people have aces here. Very, very good chance that this thing is going to be chopped. It got checked around on the flop. And now Diablo bets 100. Tony's going to call. And unless somebody hits 2 pairs here, this is going to be chopped up. 6 comes on the river. And chop it up. Diablo bets 125. Tony's going to call.
Ace with a little kicker.
Tony's figuring that, trying to figure the fact that his hand's going to play here, and it does.
Maybe let's run it. Let's run it twice. You're not afraid of my kicker, huh, Tony?
I should have maybe called you. You won the tournament last night.
Yeah, that's why you
I still think Mo is just sitting over there in seat 1 waiting.
Well, I thought it was just because he was getting a massage. He was just was relaxed. He just wasn't getting involved. I don't know if you noticed that, but people that are usually eating or doing other things, they just kind of don't play as much. Have you noticed that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially eating. Are you kidding me? Actually, I might go out and get a massage when I think of it when I'm done with the show tonight. I don't like playing poker and getting a massage.
Right. I got one yesterday at the tournament.
Mo is raised here to $85. He has ace king offsuit. And Diablo's going to come here with 8-10 suited, it looks like. Oh, well, maybe not. Nope. It seems like people are scared of Mo.
I was going to say, not really a choice opponent you want to go against with 8-10.
Well, again, when you talk about having those, like a suited connector or a pocket pair, those are cards that you're playing those cards because of the implied odds.
Right.
The limit is a game of implied odds. Well, not only do you have to take into account the other person's stack and your stack, but the other person's play.
Right, and if he's
You know-
if he's not going to get overly committed on his hands, and
Which
we
he's
know
not.
that Mo will make laydowns,
Right.
you want to get a person that, say for instance Ed, and he finally has a big hand like King's Races that he's never going to get off of,
Right.
even if there's a 4-card straight or flush shot. You know,
Right.
some people just don't get away from them.
Yeah.
Those are the people you want to go against.
I mean, it's very difficult to make, to reach your implied odds against any hand because Mo is going to figure out the situation,
Right.
So that's why usually choose better opponents. Deuce 3-3 here on the flop. It gets checked around. The turn is a 9. Still looks like Mo's got the best hand with King Deuce here. And if it gets checked to him here again, I bet you he's going to bet, Shirley. Let's see. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Checked again. And the river's a king. Well, now he's made kings up, kings and 3s. And Ed has bet 40, and if Mo calls here, it will be a chop pot again. And he is going to call. So chop it up there. Kings and 3s with a 9 kicker plays. It's interesting. Mo,
Okay, Joe, I don't want to double up. Just
of
give me
course,
the money back.
different from someone who you can almost characterize as really, really weak, tight, or conservative, like a Ouellette. Like, you don't want to necessarily make a call against him in position because he's not going to just shut down. He'll outplay you. Now you can call someone like Ouellette and just, if she checks to you, just bet and she'll fold. You know what I mean? That's kind of what we've seen on the show. So he really does have the best. He's got the best strategy. A raise here, and Mo smooth calls with a suited connector. John raised with 5 deuce of clubs. He picks up a flush draw.
I don't think Mo.
Oh, excuse me, Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo.
Yeah. And,
Not a bad flop for John.
Nope. He's going to take it down.
Yeah, last night I lost 5. It's a great game. The Chinese guy had the pocket king and he had the pocket ace.
And Tony, he's pretty tight too, so we've got a lot of tighties on the table, Shirley. And Joe, Action Joe, you haven't seen him play much in the last couple of hours in seat 2.
He's happy with his $4,000 he's won.
Ooh, 2 ace-queen offsuits here. And seat 8.
One of the ace queens.
He's going to
Made it
raise.
45.
Yep. Diablo's going to smooth call with the other ace-queen. Joe's got pocket 4s over there in the cutoff. And there you go. Now, that's a perfect example right there, Shirley. I don't know if Joe quite gets the game. And I don't mean to say that
I
in any type
missed
of...
what he had. What did
he had
he have?
pocket 4s. Look at these two guys. They both have a ton of chips in front of them. The flop is Jack, 10.
Yeah, if you have 5,000 behind
Yeah.
you, you call $45.
Yeah.
Trying to.
John has bet 75 here.
I buy 8,000.
Diablo's, of course, he has the same hand. No overcards with a gut shot there to the king. He's going to call. Oh, the turn's a king, and both players have made the nut straight. This is going to be a chop pot. And John has bet $150 here. Now, somebody could get bet off of this hand, Shirley, because obviously the board is paired. I don't know if they necessarily have enough money in front of them, though. How do you just smooth call that? I don't get it if you're Diablo there. Well, and now a third spade comes on the river, which might kill all the action. Which is why Diablo probably should have raised on the turn. And he's going to bet 150, which is kind of a stop/value bet. And look at this, Diablo He's going to raise. Not even afraid of the spade there. Representing the flush. So he makes the call and raises to $275 more. And surely, I think the pot's about $1,000. $275 to call. Diablo's played the hand like he has a spade flush. The action's back on John. Both players have the same hand. I don't know if that pot is really big here to make that lay down, but boy, you wonder what did Diablo wait to raise with in the end. Very difficult to put him on ace-queen when you have ace-queen as well. He made a smooth call and a smooth call.
Looks like he's going to call here.
Well, he's asking you, saying, looks like you want me to call. And he might lay it down here. Well, would you have smooth called there on the turn with the nuts? He's going to make the call, chop it
Well,
up.
it's not the nuts.
Well, with the nuts straight, excuse me. The nuts straight.
I think I probably would have. You mean in late position?
Because you are scared that he might have you beat?
Well, I mean, I don't want to open it up for a re-raise. I mean, if my hand's good enough to win with the ace-queen right there, then I'll want to win it right there. I don't want to open up for a re-raise and have him.
So you would have just called on the
off.
turn and on the river there? Just
Yes,
call?
I think so.
That's playing a little bit uncharacteristically conservative for your
It
play.
is definitely uncharacteristic. Yeah.
But anyways, getting back to the pre-flop thing, like I said, I don't necessarily know if Joe quite understands that the implied odds concept there. And because we've seen him and his girlfriend, too, who's played on the show before, make those types of pre-flop laydowns. It's not limit.
Right.
You can make that call with pocket fours. You know what I mean? It's well, there's another chip count
that's
there.
the most updated chip count.
Joe's got 5,300.
And Joe looks like he's the...
He's up almost
the biggest
4,000.
difference, yeah.
Almost 4,000.
And most just staying right around the same. What did he have
I think
when we
he started
started
with
the show?
2,400.
I think so.
300 for 3 hours. That's not bad, right?
Not bad at all.
Oh, no.
But I mean, small in comparison to what Joe's done.
Right.
And small in comparison to what Mo normally does.
Yep.
You know, I know calling isn't the best, it's definitely not the best strategy. I mean, it's a losing strategy, but once in a while, that's where you have to make it. And I just think in that spot, I don't think there was another move. I mean, if he raises and gets...
Well, the funny thing about it was that I didn't like the turn play, but I actually liked the river raise because he represented what he didn't have. I almost got the guy to lay it down.
Yes.
Now, seat 5, Ed, he's
like
raised
that.
out of the blind with the ace-queen offsuit to 55, and he got called in 3 spots. Oh, 10, 10, 3. Diablo called there with 10-4 suited. He's flop trips.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And Ed's going to bet 50. You know, the pot's like $200, surely. Betting 50 into a $200 pot. Diablo calls. A couple spades out there. And Russ is going to get away from the 6s here.
Everyone's getting massages. Look at that.
Ed doesn't have that much money left. Jack comes on the turn.
Well, at least Ed has outs now.
Looks like he's going to bet again here. Bet 150. And again, see, this is what I'm saying. Diablo calls.
I do not like that call.
He's just waiting to the river to raise because I think he thinks he's clever. That's why. And then look at this. A third spade comes on the river. Now Diablo is going to move all in.
Once he could possibly be beaten. Once the flush gets there, when he could be beat.
And now Ed can't call. I mean, Ed's not going to call now anyways, too. Now it's a third spade. It's like, if he had raised slightly on the turn or on the flop, he would have gotten more money on it. Like I said, I think he's just playing it where his style is wait to the river to raise, which I think is very dangerous, and it's usually not correct.
Right.
You know, and it's...
yeah, well, I don't like it on this situation. I don't think he would have got more money in there, because I don't think that even... What's his name? Even Ed would call.
You know what? If Ed's
going to
put in, if Ed's going to put in like a small bet like that on the flop, 50 into a $200 pot, why not make it 100? How about that? I mean, I know it's only $50, but it confuses people sometimes, the mini raise there, because you could be doing that with the flush draw, you could be doing it with pocket sixes. You know, you could, in this case, you could be doing it with the 10.
Right.
So, it's interesting. And it was interesting to see their Russ on that hand, too. He had pocket sixes, and when Diablo smooth calls in between, you know, I could see him having a 10, and because it was such a small bet, you might actually, it might be the one rare case where you might actually take one off to try to hit your one card set on the turn.
Well,
again, if you can make
$1,000
off of the call. If you think you can make $1,000, 20 or 25 to 1 off of the call there. And, you know, in that case, Diablo's got enough money, and I might have all his chips. If for $50 I can get a 6 to come on the turn, I can win $1,000. So.
Right.
Again, you got to take into account the player. Obviously, you're not going to do that with Mo. But...
That was good, wasn't it? That was good? I had a jack. Huh?
I wasn't stealing.
No, what I'm saying is, I know you were still dead.
Limp, limp, limp.
Yeah, here we go. 4-way action. To the flop. King 8-5.
Look at you see, we missed that shot. That was great. We had Joe Wynn sticking his face right on the camera.
Oh.
Smiling at us.
Looks like there was a $40 bet there by
So Francisco cried all night last night. Probably
Russ.
for his,
He
bluff,
is
his
open-ended.
pocket
Look at this. Mo is going to call. Mo is going to call. So maybe he figures, again, Shirley, the bet is so small, if he hit a set, he can win a lot of money here on the turn. The turn is an ace.
Although, you know,
And Ed called with the ace-5, so he's made it aces up now.
in the one case with Mo, calling the one bet,
Yeah.
if that's what he's trying to do is to hit a set, I don't think this was the best time to do it, because if he does, it does give the open-end straight draw.
Yeah.
It does make the open-end straight draws hand, so.
And now Ed raises with aces up to 275 straight, so I think it's about 200 more. And Russ, you know, 2 of his outs are dead, because Mo held 2 of them in his hand. So Russ is going to have to hit a 9 or a 4 here on the river. And the river's a queen. It looks like Ed just checks it down here, and he takes his down with aces up.
Probably had like 4,000. And then when I said I called, he goes, oh, shit. And then I got already the 10, you know, I got a...
But I see what you mean there, Shirley. If someone held 6-7 and you hit your 4, goodness, if you're going to go for your 1-card set, which is very, very rare, like I say, you better know it's going to be good, right?
Right, you
Yeah.
just do it in a
Yeah.
better spot that it's not going to
Yeah.
make an open-end straight draws hand.
Or
if
make
that's what
any
somebody,
straight, really,
yeah.
for that matter.
Right.
I mean, it's just, again, it just, by doing that, by making a straight, it decreases your implied odds because you don't necessarily know.
Even if somebody
You know, if
doesn't
it's
have
good.
this, well, if
Right.
someone doesn't have the straight and you make a strong bet, someone could put you on a set. It gives them more of a hand to put you on, or you might not get paid off too.
And it kills your action.
Kills your
that's what
action.
I'm saying, yeah.
3 players.
And there it is, we made it.
Three-way pot here, limped around. Queen, Jack 5, 2 spades.
No pair for anybody here. Am I wrong?
Looks like Mo's good here with ace high. 7
Yeah.
comes on the turn. Diablo's picked up a gut shot. Mo's going to bet here. Joe's going to bet here. And he's going to take it down.
Oh, you should have seen me last night counting a straight, like, draw on my hand. People don't realize what I'm doing. You know, I make sure that they can't see me, but I was trying to figure out if my hand would reach. You know how you do know. Everyone out there that listens to the show all the time knows how bad I am at straights, although I'm getting so much better at watching this, you know, from watching this. But I had to figure out if I could make a straight, if I hit, you know, one card, because I kind of had it wrapped.
I was
but
going to say,
had
it's not like, I mean, Hold'em straights is one thing, but Omaha rap straights, that's something else.
Well,
I mean,
it
give me a
wasn't.
break.
Yeah, but it was. No, I'm serious. It was like
I mean, it's harder.
It was like
It's harder to read
queen
with 4
8,
cards
and I
in
had
hand.
Jack 10, 10, 9,
right.
and then I'm like, okay, if one of those comes, it might not even have been that.
Right.
It didn't end up that I could make a
Well,
straight.
you also have to figure out in Omaha High-Low, too, if you're going to hit your straight, is it the nut straight? Because you usually want to be drawing to the nuts all the time in the game. So, 6-way action here, limped around. 3, 4, 5. Well, there's some straight cards out there. Pocket deuces for someone, and it looks like someone has 7, 4, which is a pair and a gut shot. That's Russ in seat 3. Joe's going to bet 20 here with the open-ended straight draw. Of course, though, if a 6 comes, a 7 would make somebody a straight. Diablo's got 5, 7, and Ed has king 6. So multiple people in here with different forms of straight draws. This is a quiz hand for you, Shirley.
Yeah.
Well, the turn is a 3. And it looks like Diablo still has the best hand here with 5, 7. Joe's going to bet again. A very, very small bet. He's bet 20.
We should get the masseuses to come in here.
Yeah. Russ is called. Ed is called. Diablo's called. Diablo's still in the lead. The river is a 10. Diablo, unless Joe makes a pretty big bet here, yeah, I don't think it's just going to get checked down here, surely. And Diablo's going to take down 5s and 3s.
With a 10 kicker. This guy and me, deuces.
And again, I mean, Joe betting there on the flop and on the turn, pocket deuces with that board, it's not that strong.
No.
I mean, you've got an under pair.
Right.
Yeah, you're open-ended, but if a 6 comes, you don't know where you're
in
at.
trouble, right.
You're
Or
really
you
drawing.
could be
It's
in
almost
trouble.
like a gut shot. I mean, you want an ace to come, really. That's pretty much the only card you can be happy with.
Right.
If you hit your set, you're screwed too. Right? If a deuce comes, you got 3 deuces, but again, it's a 4-liner to the board, so it's not really a hand that I would want to be playing in that way with that board. Ace-queen suited for Mo. He's in the cutoff, so we're probably going to see him raise here, I'd imagine. Ooh, yeah, Diablo's got ace-jack. He's going to limp.
Pot's been raised to 60.
And Mo has raised to 60. Pocket 9s for Russ in the small blind. And Ali's got a suited ace-5 in the big blind. And is Russ going to re-raise here? Yep, he's going to re-raise. He's going to re-raise to 200. And he's in pretty good shape because 3 of the aces are dead. So if Mo calls here, he would really need to spike either the case, ace, or a queen.
Right.
And let's see. He's going to make the call there in
He
position.
hit a lot of diamonds.
And diamonds, yeah. So 9s is in a pretty good spot here. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Queen 3, 10.
Easy as pie.
And Russ is going to bet.
400.
He's going to bet about the size of the pot. And let's see what Mo does. And I believe that Mo has moved all in.
He has.
He's moved all in. So boy, Mo isn't even scared of an overpair. And it's, Mo's style also, too, Shirley, is like, you just keep picking on players out of position. Sometimes people just get frustrated and they make a crazy call with pocket 9s in this spot. And I just can't imagine that Russ is going to call here. I mean, even if Mo had ace-king, you're not that much of a favorite with 2 cards to come. Gut shot, couple of overcards, and he lays it down. You're not that much of a favorite to call your whole stack off.
No.
And that's if he has ace-king.
Right.
No, he was way behind. Mo had ace-queen.
Here we have MG. He's going to play over Tony there. Seat 7. We explain what's playing over.
Get that cube out.
Actually,
there it is.
There you go. Tony doesn't pick up his chips. He just puts a cover on it,
right.
And another player will come in and play while Tony goes and does whatever he wants to do. If he wants to take a break or whatever, gives another player a chance to play.
Let's call that the cube.
Pot's been raised to 40.
Russ is going to raise here with ace-10 offsuit. And we get two other callers, so we got three-way action. Ace-10, ace-9, and ace-10. Jack, 5-8, two clubs. And it's going to get checked around here. Turn is a deuce. And now Russ is going to fire, thinking he might have the best hand. Gets checked to you twice in position. Why not bet?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to take it down.
Thank you, sir.
I got pocket deuces about 7 times. Tony, put him on the board.
And you're in now, right?
In case he don't move, yes. What's your initial? MG. He moves here, you sit down. MG.
It's a $10 blind, sir.
Pocket jacks here for seat number 5. Ed in the small blind. Getting massaged.
So Mo's still not going to get in the action. Now he's 80. Stop getting his massage. Now it's 80.
The pot's been raised to 60.
And Ed has
$10
raised
raise.
to 60, which I just think is not enough with pocket jacks. Like you said, you either hit your set or you just want to reduce the field. He's probably going to get called now.
He's from the blind again?
Yeah, he's from the
that's
blind.
horrible.
Yeah,
that's
he's probably going to
exactly
get
what I'm
called,
talking
and he's
about.
going to see 3 other people.
Horrible.
So he's taking jacks 4 ways, which is not what you want to do.
Right.
So actually, it's the worst case scenario. Queen 7-8, 2 spades.
And he escaped so far.
Yeah, but can he throw a bet out here and not get called?
75.
He's bet 75. Now the pot was 240. He's bet 75.
And that bet tells me if I was sitting there
Yeah.
with somebody at one of the other hands that I could pick up that pot from him.
So he's got a $315 pot, 75 to call. And
Heads up.
Russ is going to call. He's got an open-ended straight draw. The turn is an ace. Oh, and Russ should bet
Oh,
there. Russ
wow,
should bet
that's
there.
horrible.
My God. And the river is a 6. And Russ has just allowed
He just, yeah,
Ed to
he
win
just
the
gave
hand.
up. Yeah.
How do you not bet the turn when it gets checked to you when
How
an
do
ace
you not
comes?
raise the flop with that weak bet?
That too.
Yeah.
Ugh, that too.
I wouldn't have even had to see the cards. I mean, I can see the cards at this moment, but I knew he didn't like that queen, that he had a pair, in between the queens and eights.
Yeah. And then when the ace comes in
Very
the turn,
easy
the
to
guy
tell that.
checks to you.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? And you've got a draw. Oh, how do you not bet? Even if you don't have a draw, how do you not bet?
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty weak play there by Russ in C3.
Now, we've seen that Ed will make a lot of calls, but I mean, if you put out a hefty enough bet there, look at that, pocket aces. You put out a hefty enough bet, he's not going to make the call.
Pocket aces, small blinds.
For the new player.
Tony.
No. The player playing over.
I mean, I see her a lot, but I don't know her name.
That's right.
Yeah.
MG.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
75.
Didn't update my little scorecard here.
What's her name? Jen?
MG, like the English car, his raises to 75.
So when I call her
There's nothing like a 2-cylinder car.
You aren't
Pocket
talking
aces.
to me about that, right?
What?
Remember? I don't know about cars. I don't know what MG is.
I play with her a lot. And
Do you know what 2 cylinders is?
I've heard it. I've heard of it.
Only in an MG or a tractor.
At least I know what's coming or not.
Here we go. Heads up. Aces against Jack 10 suited. King 7-9. It looked like MG checked there.
Yeah, and Joe actually kind of has a hand. I see it. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Double gutter.
Double gutter. 8 or a queen. Backdoor diamonds too.
Yep.
And he looks like he's going to bet. Now I assume that MG's move here is to check raise.
Mm-hmm.
The dealer, the button's in seat 5. So MG was in the blind. And here we go. Joe looks like he's going to fire here.
Yeah.
Well, he's counting them out. Just trying to figure out the perfect amount.
And the raise pre-flop was 75, I believe, so the pot's about 150 now. And Joe's going to overbet the pot.
Yeah,
He's going to
he
bet
is.
350. And MG quickly goes all in over the top. Now let's figure this out, Shirley. It was a $350 bet, so MG calls that. Now the pot's about 800 or 900, and let's see how much more it is. So the pot is about 850, actually, to be precise, plus how much he's got left. How much is the raise? $500 raise. So the pot is.
Well, I don't know if it's 200 more, 210 more.
No, it's 500 more. Looks like it's 500 more there. 5 yellow stacks.
They've pulled in all the bets. Okay.
So it's about a $1,350 pot, 500 to call. So he's getting about, I want to say 2.5 to 1 on his money.
Pretty close to that.
Open-ended straight draw. Doesn't quite have the odds.
No.
Doesn't quite have the odds to do it, especially if he thinks MG's got a set of kings or an overpair.
Right.
So he doesn't really have the odds to make this call, but he's going to make the call. So he's going to need to spike an 8, a queen, or running diamonds here. Here we go. Joe's been hot all night, so let's see what happens.
8.
The turn is a 5. And the river's a king, and MG dodges the outs.
I'm sure MG hates that king too,
Yeah.
but he does win the hand.
I owe you still?
Yep.
Francisco's the one that got rid of
Again, you're really talking about 8 pure outs with 2 cards to come. You need somewhere about 3 to 1. Didn't really quite have it.
So you last like 12,000 then. 5,000 on the shootout.
Is that the guy who talks funny? I don't know.
Actually, it's really close, Shirley. I think it's slightly under.
What, 8
the
outs?
odds. Well, he has 8 outs with 2 cards to come.
8
So
outs
his
with
chances
his-
is about hitting his hand is about between 30
About
and 32%.
Yeah.
So he needs 2 to 1, a little over 2 to 1, and I think he was getting 2.5 to 1. So
2 to 1.
Yeah.
3 to 1.
No, he needs 2 shots. He needs the pot to be laying him 2 to 1 if it's 33%, because you're splitting 100% into thirds. So he needs
3 to 1.
2 to 1, a little bit about 2 to 1. I know it's a little
Okay,
complicated.
we'll agree to disagree on that one, Bart.
You're a sick puppy, man.
It's like when you're on a pure flush draw, Shirley. You only need about 2 to 1 with 2 cards to come, because 35% of the time you're going to hit it.
Which is 3 to 1.
No, it's 1 chance in 3. So
Right.
it's 2 to 1. 1 chance in 3 is 2 to 1. Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
Is that his sister, Mike?
It's 75 to you, sir.
Oh, to me?
Yes, sir. No problem.
It's real close.
It was a good bet.
I'm going to go as far as to say that Joe actually did have the odds to call in. But I'm sure that we'll have a lot of discussion.
I still disagree with you on that.
That's his mother?
Of course, you can go to 2+2, click on forums, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments, and we're right there.
Yeah, they look like.
When you have a 33% chance of winning a hand, you need the pot to lay you 2 to 1 to make the call, because you have 1 chance in 3 in hitting your hand, which means the odds need to be 2 to 1. 1 chance in 3, 2 to 1. Just like 50-50 would be 1 chance in 2, 1 to 1 for your money. That's about as trying to simplify as much as I can. 8-8-10 here on the flop.
Another lady that was in player, and then I asked Dave, and I go, who was that lady? Because that was that lady.
No, oh, it's up to him.
Well, I saw Mo check, that's why.
Please, 2+2ers, if I'm wrong on this, explain it better to me so I can understand, because it doesn't, I still think
So now he's
he needs 3 to 1.
See the sneaky Mike?
seat
Okay, we're heads up. For
number 8 bet 75, and Ed made a check call there in seat 5. The turn is another 8, and look at that. It's going to be a chop pot now. And now Ed bets. He's going to bet 150. And the river is a deuce.
200.
No, it's not for 8.
And we're going to chop this one up.
Thank you, 200. You got lucky. You're ahead. You got lucky. No, I like it.
Oh, there's our beautiful floor lady Elizabeth there in seat 6. Picking up the chips.
Very pretty girl.
You get that earring thing going on in your upper earlobe. It's interesting how some women have that thing sticking out of your upper ear like she does. Oh, you do? Oh,
I was lucky I was exactly.
oh wow. Oof.
That one's kinky.
She's got one in her upper earlobe and in her one in her inner ear. Here we go. 3-way action. Limped around. Ace 4-7. Russ has picked up top pair there in seat 3. Looks like he checked it. Got checked around. The turn is a queen. And now Russ is going to bet. $35. And I'm sure that no one's going to call.
Thank you, sir.
I will take that. Your beer? Just need a wrap. Green beer? No? Upgrade your beer?
Maybe they help me.
Can he buy the button, or can he wait till it passes, or what's his options at this point?
Well, John didn't stay around long.
Nope.
You weren't around when John came. Tournament player John Huang.
Well, I mean,
Wang.
he's moving across.
You know which guy?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
He's next on the board.
Plays a lot of stud high-low.
No.
And then that's probably Hannah. I probably know him from the Omaha events.
Yep. Plays high-low events.
And Joe got up.
So do I. You're lucky.
You know, Joe has. Oh, that's the other Joe. Triple Joe Win has a thing where if he loses a certain percent of his chips at any given time, he gets up. Say he's winning $800 and he loses like 160. I think it might be like 20% of his chips. He gets up. So,
That's a local pro that plays here.
Yeah, and I was thinking that it was this Joe, but it's another Joe Win. Both exact same name, a little different spelling on the last name.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay, so MG's not playing over Tony anymore. He's going to move to seat 2. Tony still does have his chips there in seat 7. And seat 6 will get filled. Tony's back. We'll get that filled as soon as we can.
Oh, sorry. It's on Mo.
Looks like we got a poster behind there.
Husband raised to 35.
Oh, what? Oh, somebody posted as a new player, you
Yep.
mean?
Or I think that was
Somebody that
MG
missed?
moved.
Right.
MG moved to
Yes, he
seat
did.
2. And Russ is going to raise here from the button with with Jack 8 offsuit. MG's got weak ace in his calls. Ace Jack 8.
Wow,
Look
nice
at this.
flop for Russ.
Russ has got bottom 2 pairs. MG has top pair. And look at this. Russ checks it in position. And now a king comes on the turn. How do you check that in position? It's not like it's a great, very, very strong hand. I mean, okay, a king comes on the turn, and now he's got bottom 2 pairs with 4 cards out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best flop to be checking because a lot of people play coordinated hands like the king, queen.
And now he just calls.
Hands that are right in the middle there.
And now he just calls, and the river's a 6, and his hand is actually good now.
Yeah, it's still good, but...
And now he's actually going to...
He could have got some money out of it, a little more money out of it.
He's going to bet, and he gets called by all the other 2 players. Wow. And he slow plays the hand, and he gets a little lucky that he got paid off there towards the end.
Bart, I'm going to leave you for real quick. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Oh, let's say goodbye to Shirley for now. There's John Wong coming into seat 6. Again, tournament player, cash game player.
Money back
40.
Diablo's going to come in for a raise here. Ace Jack suited. Ed's going to call with Jack 10 offsuit in seat 5. John Wong's in there with Ace 7 suited. Here we go to the flop, $120.
Yeah, but 40 was called, right? 40 was
Hold it.
You're right, sorry.
Ace 3 Jack. Diablo's got top 2 pairs. He's going to bet.
100.
And Ed's got second pair. And we've seen him make this call time and time again tonight. He did it last hand with a king. This time he's going to leave, it looks like. And now what does John Wong do? I've seen John Wong do tricky things like check raise here, but he's just going to check call. And he is drawing really slim. Turn is a 4. John Wong checks. Diablo's going to bet here again.
275.
He bets 275. Look at that. John's going to get away from the weak ace. Nice laydown. And Diablo takes it down.
Mike, I think I want you and Diablo on my left. I
Mike,
like to quit.
Mike, you're a sick puppy. You know that? Yeah. Yeah, he knows. Well, you don't want Mike and Diablo at the left?
Not the both of you. One of you at a time is
It's okay.
reasonable. It's a challenge. Both of you is too
Diablo
much.
owes me some money now.
Oh, the, yes.
15,000.
Oh, 15,000. Well, it's a big debt. You give me another 5,000 and then I owe you 20.
So we're back to almost a full table here now. Again, we are doing a 5-10 no-limit game. Yellow chips are $5 chips. Purple chips are $25 chips. And the white chips are $100 chips.
Thank you. See what you guys are doing? You're a sick puppy. I know you're coming.
Seat number 6 there. He's raised it to 160 out of the small blind. He only has queen 9. All those limpers in there. He's probably just trying to pick up the limpers. Senses some weakness.
Small blind right here.
Too much with that.
And from what I see out there on the field, he probably is going to take this one down.
Me up, I get my money back and then
Yes, sir.
yes, I'm stuck.
That's all him. Yeah.
Action's on MG over there in C2 with King Jack off suit.
You like it when I'm stuck.
Don't play bad with my stuff.
You pay too much, huh?
Took 2 white chips.
He's on everything today. Nothing's free, eh?
And John picks up the limpers.
For right now, so you got one on your right and one on your left. Now you got us both on the right. Now you got possession on us.
Ah, the game is on.
Hey, Mike, see where you do that.
Looks like on 2+2, even some of my harsh critics agree with me on that hand. It always gets complicated mathematically when you talk about probability and odds in poker. I think that you just need to have a general idea of it. But when you're trying to figure out pot odds, especially if you're going to play a lot of cash games, you know, obviously it's if you can do the odds out in your head, you know, it's a big help.
50 more? Yes. No, 50 more.
That was he made 2 full houses back to back.
It sounds like I'm hearing Mike's voice, and it is Mike in seat 8. So here we go with a little bit of action. Queen 9 here on the flop. Mike's going to bet out here with the ace-9 right away, $75. And Mike is going to take it down.
I don't steal much, man.
Something.
I can't believe it.
He only likes stealing from me.
Tony, that was the luckiest night poker I've seen in my whole life.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, missed you. There was no good hands out there.
I wanted to win, man. I got 4th last week. And second. You know what? If anybody won, I'm happy you won. I'll tell you that. I'm glad I busted Kenneth.
Pocket 9s for Mike there in seat 8.
You almost went out. Me and you almost.
Ooh, pocket aces for John Wong in seat 6. And he's raised to 40. And I got to tell you, Mike's pretty aggressive. He's probably going to re-raise here. And he's in big trouble. We've seen Mike make all-in calls pre-flop with stuff as low as jacks before. And he is going to re-raise.
55, is it that? 155.
He's going to re-raise to 155. Let's see if John Wong plays a trap game here, or if he's going to re-raise again. Does have position on Mike.
That was the hand of the night. I lay that down on anybody for sure. I don't lay that down.
And it looks like he is going to make a smooth call, so he's going to play a trap game here.
Heads up.
And we are heads up. 6-10-5. Not a bad flop for pocket 9s. Pot's about $500. And Mike bets $300 into about a $500 pot. John Wong sitting there with the overpair. He's played the trap game. Smooth called pre-flop, and let's see what happens here. $300 bet here by Mike.
I think Clint just made that move.
And you got to think that he's probably going to raise here. And his girlfriend / wife, or whoever that is, seems pretty happy behind him, so maybe she sees his hand. And did he just smooth call there? Wow, he's just smooth called again, Shirley. So he's playing extreme trap game here. See, the turn is a heart, and this is the problem why I thought I would have raised there, especially Mike. I don't want a card to come that was going to kill all my action.
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly what's happened.
Yeah,
but
you're not
Mike is going to continue to bet. He's going to bet $300. And look at this. John Wong moves all in with the ace of hearts, with the overpair with the ace of hearts.
So you're not really concerned about somebody making the flush because you're holding the ace of hearts,
Right.
but you're concerned about not being able to extract as many
Right.
chips.
Now, he smooth called on the turn, and he actually got Mike to bet into him, but a lot of people might check fold here on the turn. Or he smooth called on the flop, excuse me.
What did you live? Play another game, huh?
And again, I've seen Mike. Oh, look at this. He's going to
He's
call,
gonna call,
Shirley.
yeah.
He needs to hit a black 9. And the river is a queen, or he could have hit the 9 of diamonds. And oh, that's just.
Yeah, he just needs to hit either one. The 9
Offsuited 9 there.
The 2 outs he had. So while I was out there taking my 5-minute break, that's why I went out there. I'm sure you probably realized that I had to go out and rack my brain and try to figure it out, and I did kind of figure out that you were right. Although, I need to think about it a little bit more. I know I'm thinking like he has a 1-3 shot, therefore it translates to 3-1, but it doesn't really translate to 3-1.
2-1.
Yeah. Once I went out there and started working the numbers in my head, I was getting it, but I'm gonna go home and write it on paper so I understand it a little bit better. I know when I'm in the situation, I usually do make the right analysis on it, but translate it into numbers 2-1 or whatever, it's just stupid. I don't know. I just.
Okay, I'll be on the side.
Seat 2 is raised here to 50 with King Queen.
Heads up.
And Diablo calls with 6-8 offsuit. Ace, Queen, 9. Boy, Shirley, we have seen a lot of 3 flushes with aces on board here, and we do again. It's like 5th or 6th one tonight. Gets checked around the turn as a jack. Gets checked around again, and the river's an 8. Mr. Two-Cylinder over there, he's played this hand pretty passively. And Diablo throws a bet here on the river as an 8 comes on the river. And
Two-Cylinder calls.
Yeah. There's a guy that lives right near my apartment, Shirley, which is, I won't give the exact address, but somewhere in the neighborhood of South Beverly Hills around Pico and Robertson in L.A., and he hoards old MGs, like from the mid-'70s, and he's got them all over the street. It's impossible to find street parking. Luckily enough for me, I have a garage that I can park in, but he's got like 7 of them.
Are they
and
Are they classics?
No, they're 75 MGs.
Well, I mean, some old cars are classics.
70s. And they're and he all has up-to-date tags on them, so he can park them in the street. Oh, and like some of the windows are gone, and it's just like, what are you doing, buddy? Give me a break. I mean, in the 70s, the car industry was going through this thing where all the cars were big.
Mm-hmm.
So this MG, which is actually the smallest car around, pretty much the smallest car that's really ever been made.
Are we talking kind of like a Fiat?
Yeah, but even smaller than that.
Okay.
But even in 75, it was big, though, because all the other cars were big. And it's just the biggest, ugly... Ugh. Got a bad feeling for old MGs, let me tell you. Nothing against seat 2. Here we go to the flop. Jack 8-7, rainbow. Checked around. Turn is a 10.
Checked around again. I'm surprised Tony didn't put out a little bet there.
Well, the river's a 9, and the board
and now
is on
Tony
straight.
really makes his hand here.
Yep.
But he also is going to chop the pot here with MG. If Tony had put a little bet out there with the pair of 10s in a straight draw.
And MG bets 50, Russ mocks. And Tony
just calls. They chop the pot here.
Oh, Tony could have raised there, surely.
Mm-hmm.
I think, at the end. But just chose to call. Paul made it 45 out of seat 1 with pocket 7. Seat 3 is called with queen 7
Queen 7.
suited. Wow.
He's in some serious trouble here.
Yeah. And out of position too, but look at this, he flops a flush.
Other than that.
And Russ checks, and Paul checks right behind him. Turn is another spade. And now Russ checks again, doesn't even know if his hand's good. River's a 5. I mean, you would think that Russ is going to put some bet out there now. He bets 50 and Paul doesn't call. Well. Russ chose to play it a little slow and made the absolute minimum off of the hand, which is 0.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Made 0 off the hand.
We're usually pretty good at it. Like if someone says you want this banker, you don't pull them off when they're losing. Because I know a lot of corporations do that. You know, if they're losing, they'll pull them off the table.
Pot is folded around. John Wong saying, I don't chop. Can't see what he has there. King 10 deuce. 6-7 offsuit against Jack 4 here, surely. And it gets check. Turn is a 3. And the river is a 9. And John bet $15 there on the river. He had the best hand.
He did.
Well, I got to find a girl, Shirley, that will come and just kind of sit behind me and smile nicely while I play poker. There goes Isaac again. My goodness. Just kidding.
What did he have us on camera again? Oh. Well, I'm looking down here at the schedule for the Legends of Poker. Tomorrow night is a 7-card stud high-low.
Yeah, $500 7-card stud
There you go,
high-low.
Bart. Can't do. Isn't that one of your favorite games?
It is.
They're all your favorite.
It is indeed. Yes, I'm a mix. I like to play mixed games.
You probably would do well in those kind of tournaments. Have you played those kind of tournaments?
Well, my personal favorite would be like an HOE tournament, although they didn't have one this
They
year
don't
in
have them
Legends.
as much as they used to.
Yeah, they used to. HOE I really like because I play all those 3 games really well, and normally you get high-low players that don't really play limit hold'em well. And
Right,
you get
they
hold'em
usually
players,
have one
right,
weak game.
Right, that don't play the... usually HOE, it's normally all high-low players, so... Jack 6-3.
75.
MG is going to bet here on a flush draw. And Ali calls with the Jack 10. And we're heads up. 4-10 of hearts against Jack 10. Turn is a heart, and there's the flush. And MG checked. Ali bet. And now MG
is making a
is going to
raise.
check raise, and Ali quickly mucks.
I'm reading Barry Greenstein's new book.
Yeah, I
Ace
am
on
too,
the River.
actually.
Yeah, and he mentioned something about that, because the high-limit players usually play mixed games, and he's saying something about it, that it's not necessarily about your strong games, but it's about exploiting the weak games of the other players.
Right.
I mean, of course, he says it better. He's so intelligent and communicates so well. But basically says that. I mean, if you can get into a game like that and exploit the weaknesses of the other players that play bad on, a certain game, like you're certainly not going to want to, if you're playing a mixed game, not go against Phil Ivey in the 7-card stud, but rather in a game that he's not as strong as. Because you might be really strong in stud, but you're not going to go against Phil in that game.
Ace Jack suited for seat 4. And it's just going to get limped around.
Oh, Mom came to see Mike. What was Mom's name again?
I don't remember. Trish. There we go.
She played the 5,000 no limit tournament last week.
King, Queen, 4 on the flop, a couple of diamonds. And Diablo's flopped bottom 2 pair. And he's bet 50. Oh, and Mike actually played the shootout this week. And
Which
came
was
in
yesterday.
second. Yeah.
And Mike finished in second place to Diablo, winning.
Yeah. And you know, and you know, you wonder if his mom might have taken a piece of him. Maybe.
Yeah.
Why not? Ooh, here we go. Ace King suited to pocket aces. Russ is raised to 40 with Queen 9 suited. Ali calls with Ace King suited, and Mike is the one with aces, and he's going to re-raise. He makes it 280 to go. Then we'll really see how tight Ali is in there in seat 4. Is he going to call with the Ace King suited for 280? Yep, he is. And he's drawing really slim.
Yes.
And now that's probably too much for John Wong to call there with pocket 3s. Mike doesn't have enough in front of him, I don't think.
Because I'm curious to see how much he does have.
He only has...
Oh, yeah, not at all. He only has like...
Looks like maybe 300 more.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Nowhere near enough. 4, 5, 8. And Mike has moved all in. And I think Ali quickly called. So Ali's going to have to catch running kings or running hearts here.
Or running
or
straight
some
to
sort
chop.
of running straight to chop, right? There we go. Oh, there's one king. Oh, it's a 9. And
he had $260 there in front of him.
Mike is going to take it down. Nothing like seeing running cards, although hearts are more of a chance to get there with running hearts than with running kings.
Next time I'll get you there.
Next Wednesday, I told them we're going to shop it. We get a heads up. We're going to go 50-50.
You know, there was like...
I'm going to let him beat me so he can get first place. But the money's the same.
Well, there was 6 of us left, Diablo. So.
Well, the funny thing about the $300 stud high-low tournament that happened a few days ago, or almost a week ago now, was that Frank Mariotti, you know, Jerry Buss's partner, won the tournament.
Right.
And if you read the tournament report and what people said about it, he was so loaded, he didn't even know what was going on.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I was talking to him last night because, you know, like I said, we didn't really, you know, make a deal. We played it all the way out. I said, are we the first people that have kept you like this? And he said, no, you're the third. I guess only 3 people have played it all the way out. And he was one of them that played it all the way out. I'm surprised he would be, you know, so loaded and still wanting to play it out at, you know, 5, 6 in the morning.
It's like we got a $50 raise there by, I believe it was Mike on the button with the ace-8 suited, and he got called in 4 spots. So $250 pot. Another 3 flush. King, Jack, 7. Diablo's got an open-ended straight draw with a 10 of spades. So Mike's going to bet anyways. He's going to bet 125. Ali has a pair. Russ has a pair. MG has top pair. And again, the action is on Diablo with an open-ended straight draw and the 10 of spades in his hand. And Mike's saying, don't call Diablo, you got 3 people behind you. And Diablo's going to muck. MG. I don't think you really like that board, even if you've got king, you know, even if you have a king. He does not have a spade in his hand.
Does not even have a kicker in his hand.
I can't believe that he would make this call. Especially with two other people behind you. Oh, look at that. And Mike bet threw in about 50% of the pot. So got about 2-1 on his money, made the bet, and got the call. Took the pot down.
Are you rubbing it in, Bart?
No.
Well, like I said, I mean, I know, when I'm playing, it's just, and I know that it's 1 and 3, but I don't know that it translates. I mean, that's like horses. How do they come up with 8? I don't know. I don't really understand 8 to 5, but, all poker players have their weaknesses, and that's the one thing that we do, to become better is to understand and learn on it. So I've yet to meet a poker player that doesn't have at least one thing that they're working on. So me not knowing that it translates in 2-1 is not such a bad thing, as long as I understand that I don't know it and work on it, right? Right.
Oh, I think you already. I think you already knew. You just didn't.
I just
understand
don't know
the
how
semantics of it.
Yes.
Yeah. Like you said, you took 5 minutes to think about it and realized.
So obviously, I knew a little bit more than what I was coming across as.
Well, Mike is in there with 9-4 offsuit. I believe that Tony raised this one with ace-8. And actually, it was Mike that raised, I'm getting word, Charlotte. Wow. Mike raised with the 9-4 offsuit. And it gets checked around. It's actually Queen, King, 5. It's the King of Hearts, actually, out there. And the 9 of Hearts comes on the
Yeah,
turn.
it sure is.
Yeah. And now Mike's picked up a pair. But Tony has a flush draw. He bets with the ace-8 of hearts. Mike calls, and Ed's going to call with ace-queen. Mike is going to need to catch a 9 here or a 4, and it's a heart, and Tony makes the nut straight.
Flush.
Nut flush, excuse me. Nut flush with the ace-8. And Ed is not going to call. Interesting that Mike chose not to fire at that flop that time.
Yeah, he's pretty aggressive. I mean, if he raises pre-flop, he usually follows through with it.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom! Mom!
We have ace-king there, seat 5. Ed. See if anybody else has a hand. Not much. I see a 10-5 and...
And Ed just limped in there.
Just some crap here. We have 10-5 and 9-4.
Well, 8-8-10. It's like MG's got the best hand.
Those are some of the hands that I won't play for really any kind of a raise,
Well, look at this. Ed's going to call with a couple of overcards. Now, this wouldn't necessarily be a bad move if he raised regardless of what comes on the turn. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's just calling, kind of playing it like limit. Now, MG at 5 comes on the turn. He still plays the 8s and 10s that he has. Wow. Ed calls. I think it was a $75 bet. River's a 6. And MG checked. And again, if like I said, if Ed was doing that where he was going to make a move on a later street, I could understand. But it just got checked down there on the river. And as we say, Mr. Two-Cylinder takes it down over there. Two cylinders and 85 horsepower. Nothing like it.
And what are cars now? They're 6-cylinder, right?
Like I said, my riding lawnmower had more power.
Most cars are? 4 and 6?
4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder. Lamborghinis, I believe, have 16 cylinders.
Ooh.
Nothing like that V16 engine. Three, 4, 6 here on the flop. Russ is going to bet 40 here with Queen 3. Mike calls. He's got a...
He has a gut shot there.
Straight draw.
Yeah. He needs a 5. A lot of callers here.
Paul has the best hand here. In seat 1. Oh, the turn is a 7. And that gives Mike top pair now. But MG still has a pair of 4s. No one has a 5 in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
200.
And Paul is going to bet here with second pair. Boy, this is kind of a confusing board. And a straight draw. Mike has got top pair and continues to have a gut shot, I believe. But there is a 1-card straight to the board there.
Yeah.
And it looks like some nice aggressive play there by Paul is going to take it down.
I don't know. I think that might have been a steal.
What'd you have?
7. Five, 7.
Very conservative.
Called all in with jacks, but I laid down 5, 7.
Ace King suited for John Wong. He's going to race to 70 under the gun. Pocket 8s there for seat 2. MG. And we're heads up. Ace King against pocket 8s. John Wong against MG. Jack 6-3. Let's see how MG's going to play this one here. Again, I think this is some of the toughest decisions to make in No Limit Hold'em. But John Wong checked here, though, from up front with the Ace King. Now he's going to check fold. Like I said, I think it's one of the toughest decisions to make there, if you've got one of those mid-level pocket pairs that sometimes are almost good enough to stand alone, like 7s through 9s, even 10s. And you get one overcard on the board, kind of in no man's land, right? It's pretty nice when a guy check folds from under the gun to you, though,
That's
on the
true.
flop.
Yeah. Make it easy.
Yeah.
We have a raise to 125. That's Paul. Okay, next hand. Moving around a little bit. We have a bunch of crap here. Deuce 3, 6, 7, Ace 5. There's a hand. Pocket 10, seat 6. That's John. He made it $80. And Mike decides to call here with ace-5 offsuit. And it looks like it's going to be heads up. 2 players. Okay. Flop of 9-9-5, 2 hearts. John still has the best hand here with pocket tens. John checks, Mike checks. Turn is a 5.
Wow, look at that. The turn's a 5.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Now Mike has the best hand.
John checks. Mike checks again. And the river's a deuce. Boy, John, I don't know why he didn't bet there. And now he's going to bet. He's going to bet 75, and Mike is going to raise. He's raised to 250 now. What was John thinking? Why didn't he bet the flop? Huh. Interesting.
Well, I mean, if he's familiar with Mike's play, he might have been going for a check raise. Because Mike is aggressive and will normally bet almost anything. I think that's check to him.
Well, I think John was worried that Mike only might be raising with an ace, thinking it's a chop pot here. And he's going to pay him off, and Mike's going to show the ace-5. Shirley, has your husband ever sat behind you while you've been playing?
No.
No? That wouldn't make you feel any more comfortable?
No.
No?
I don't really like people sitting behind me when I'm playing.
Oh, it's limped around 4 ways. Here we go to the flop. Queen 8-6.
Queen 8-9. Sorry, I'm in your way. It's Queen 8-9. That was my fault because I'm leaning over but I can't see.
MG is bet 20 with the with bottom pair there. Action's on John Wong. He's got ace-3. I don't know really what he's thinking about. Oh, maybe he's going to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
And he is. He's going to raise 50 more. He needs to make it 70 total. Wow. MG's going to make the call there, Shirley.
If John can be consistent, I mean, persistent with this,
Yeah. Now the turn's a 9.
He might be able to get
here's
MG
the
to lay
board.
the hand down.
I believe MG is checked here. And John is reaching for chips. Look at that big smile from that girl behind him. He's bet 200, looks like.
So
again, I don't know if she knows his cards.
I was going to say, that kind of answers the question, that she didn't know he had aces. She's just pleased with watching him play.
Yeah.
She's my man. I'm so proud of him.
Rabbit Cam actually was an ace.
He would have made the best hand.
Yeah.
Maybe he tells her to do that when he doesn't have a hand. He says, if I have garbage, just look like I have a really good hand so I could bluff better. You ever read Mike? I'm sure you've read Mike Carroll's
Mike Harris Book of Tells, yeah.
Yeah, and they're talking about if you're pleased to show the person behind you, and a lot of times they'll give off tails like.
Well, actually, she looked behind him. Like this hand, I don't know about last time, but I was just watching her. She looked over his shoulder, and I think she sees his card. So, 5-way action here. 4-4-3 on the flop. Look at this. John's going to bet 15 here with King 7 offsuit.
Wonder if he thinks he's bluffing.
And Mike, he's going to call with King
Ooh.
8. Diablo calls with Queen 6. Oh. I don't know what really is going on here. Well, the turn is an 8, and now Mike has picked up what looks like the best hand.
Right.
And it gets checked around. And the river's a 9. Still looks like Mike's hand is good. And now Mike bets. And he's going to take it down there. You know, it's funny, when I interviewed Mike for the beginning of the show last week, he said that he's only really been playing poker for 8 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
And
He looks like a new
sometimes
breed of
I was going to
poker
say,
player.
sometimes it kind of shows. And I don't mean that in any type of derogatory manner at all, but you know, I actually, his style wouldn't be so bad. I just think he needs to learn how to get away from some hands a little more often than he does. I mean, I saw, like I said, I saw him call all in pre-flop re-raise for $2,000 a couple weeks ago with pocket queens. I mean, and it's not a tournament. You know, people aren't got to get away from those hands. Ed raised to 50. Ali and Diablo called. So it's a $150 pot now. And Ed has the best hand. And he's going to bet about the size of the pot, 150.
See, there you go. I mean, he's making strong bets
When
if
he has
it.
Right.
Yeah.
Now Ali is check called here, so now the pot's about 450. The turn is a deuce.
I'm very surprised that Ollie's making this call. I mean, he's a tight player.
And it goes check here
Wow.
on the turn. And he just checks
And
it
check
down on
again.
the river. Wow. Right. Huh. Interesting. Well,
Bet your hand, Ed.
I mean, the deuce is pretty
That was a harmless
unscary
card.
on the turn there. We're rolling into our, I don't know, we got about 10 minutes left, surely. We'll see you next week on Wednesday?
Yes.
Yes?
I know there's a tournament next Wednesday I want to play. They always go on the Wednesdays, on the days that I want to play.
Well, are you going to play in the EO championship? Do you play stud high-low at all?
I'm not very good at it. I've only played a few times. I think I could actually grasp it. You know, I think I could go in and be successful at it in a tournament. I think I could play well enough to hang.
Ace 8-3 here on the flop. Turn is the queen of clubs.
Certainly wouldn't be my choice tournament to play.
Ed has a flush draw. Tony has second pair, which is the best hand. Diablo's going to make a bluff bet out of it here. 130. Wow, Ed's going to call. And Tony, action is back to him, and he has the best hand, and he's going to lay it down. So we're going to see a river. And the river is a 7. So Diablo's going to have to bet this one if he's going to win it. And he bets. Looks like
$150.
150. But Ed hit a 7 there on the river.
He did hit a pair.
Oh.
What do you know? He didn't call.
Nope. Diablo takes it down.
So next Wednesday is the $500 no limit hold'em with one optional rebuy.
Right.
And I like those. I like the one optionals. So we'll see. Maybe. Maybe I can pay David off to cover for me again. I'm actually trading with David.
Are you trading with him?
Yeah, I'm working for him next week. He wants to go to a party.
Oh.
So his choice is to go to parties. Mine is to go play
He's
tournament.
married, though.
Well, he's probably going to a party with his wife.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isaac said probably like a dinner party.
Yeah.
Seat 9's got ace king. It's raised to 50. Seat 2 has ace king suited. And he's re-raised. So we got a raise and a re-raise here. So ace king against ace king suited is about $450 pot. And an ace flops. Ace queen 5. Diablo checks. MG's going to bet. 200. It's kind of a weak bet. Half the size of the pot.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder if Diablo's going to... No, it looks like he's just going to call. $800 pot now.
Well, if a club comes, I hope that he makes some kind of move for it.
Well, there's a club.
There you go. We'll see.
Wow, and it goes check,
check.
check. And the river is a jack. And both players have made a straight now.
This would be the perfect spot for Diablo to go all in. He has the ace clubs. He has a straight.
Oh, he's just going to make a bet. Obviously, he's going to get called.
There's going to be a chop pot, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Shirley. I mean, you look at that board. What could that guy possibly have that really could beat you if you moved all in?
I mean,
maybe King Jack of clubs.
The person, I mean, if Diablo had moved in, MG has this decision to make.
Right.
What can I possibly, have?
Right.
Or beat. Okay, if this guy has the straight,
yeah.
I also have the straight. I'm calling to chop the pot.
Right.
But he could have a flush. So he
And
really
of course,
puts him
and
up to
remember
the pot.
remember the action pre-flop. I mean, is this the type of guy that's re-raising 200 with King Jack of clubs? Probably not.
Uh-huh.
I think you're right. I think it would have been a great play to move in there on the river. Because you would have picked up $1,000 if the guy hadn't called.
Right.
You know,
Instead
or you
of
would have
chopping
picked
the
up an
pot, you
extra
pick up those,
500.
yeah.
So, oh, absolutely. And you really kind of have represented almost a flush by check calling the flop.
Right.
So. John Wong is going to make it 100 to go here. Which is 80 more, and a bunch of people had limped in, so he's trying to pick up those limpers again. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Takes it down. He likes to do that move there, Shirley. Done it 3 times now. Ali has raised to 50. He's got pocket 7s. John Wong's got an ace-jack offsuit. He's going to make a smooth call here. See if Diablo comes in with 4-5 offsuit. He plays a lot of hands. Nope. Heads up ace-jack against pocket 7s. There's the ace. Oh, and a 7 comes. So top pair and a set. And Ali quickly bets. He bets 200. And this is sometimes the problem with calling with ace-jack. You don't know if you're necessarily good.
I would think that John has enough experience that he'll put in a raise to see where he is, I hope.
Looks like he's just calling.
Well,
Shirley.
we'll see.
Yeah, he's just
yeah,
called.
he is just calling.
Well, he'll find out on the turn when Ali pushes even harder, probably. The turn is a diamond. Now, with John with the jack of diamonds, he could bet here on the turn. He could bet on the turn with top pair with the jack of
Well,
diamonds.
we'll see what Ali does.
And that's what. And look, he is going to
moving
bet.
in. Oh,
He bets 300, and
Oh, John's in first position. Okay.
Ali just calls. And let's see the river. The river is a diamond, and John Wong gets there with the flush. He's got the second nut. I don't even know if he thinks it's. The problem is
He's
that-
doing a. He has to check back.
Well, I don't know if he knows if it's good or not. I think he was probably putting a bet there on the turn, tries it kind of as a semi-bluff. Big pot. And he's going to bet. He bets 500. Now Lee just calls he's just got a flush with the seven of diamonds. An ace jack with a jack of diamonds is good. And Ali has sat there and he's played tight the entire night and makes a little bit of a mistake there with that hand. And John Wong takes down a pretty big pot there. Wow. And surely this is going to be the last hand. And I love the bet there on the turn. Love the bet there on the turn.
Didn't quite accomplish what I think he was setting out to do. Was pick up the pot right there, right? He had to improve his hand. But I think you have the right idea. Just seemed like a small bet.
I think Ali could have raised on the turn. You know, you can't always play so passively, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have another ace jack here. That's Russ in seat 3. We have pocket tens. Looks like
Russ has bet 50.
looks like Tony has seats pocket tens.
And Ali has called. We don't know what he's got. I think we're going to play his hand in the dark because he's on tilt. It's the last hand of the night. So Ali is in there. We don't know what he has. John Wong's got pocket nines.
We'll just wait. I mean, he might not even.
Thank you.
So John Wong is smooth called, and now Tony. He's got pocket tens, and he's out of position.
250.
And he's re-raised to 250 here with pocket 10, seat 7.
200
So Ali with his mysterious hand's probably not even going to play.
Well, I mean, if you
I mean,
made
he
a
might
$50
have queens
smooth
or kings.
call.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting. We get to figure out what he has. Okay, the action's back to Russ.
Can't imagine Russ is going to make this call. With
I
ace
would
jack
think.
off
I would
suit.
hope that he wouldn't.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you got to
who knows?
raise a call,
He's
and
actually
a raise.
not in a bad situation, but to see a person call with ace jack after that. That kind of action, it just doesn't seem right.
And Ali's going to call. So Ali's got the mystery hand, and Russ has got ace jack, and now the action's back to John Wong with pocket nines. Now this is shaping up to be a huge hand. It's going to be $1,000 pre-flop.
And I think John will make this call too.
Well, it's only 200 more left to him, and he can make $2,000 on the hand. He's going to make the call. So here we go. $1,000 pre-flop. What a hand to finish off the night. Ace jack, pocket nines, pocket tens against the mystery Ali. Oh, we see Ali. He's got king jack off
Oy.
suit.
And I was talking about
Wow.
ace jack. How bad.
And look at this. He's flopped the best hand.
No,
Oh,
he
excuse-
hasn't.
But Russ has got him with the ace jack. He's got the kicker. Wow. 5-6 jack.
That's
and
what
now-
happens when you go on tilt.
What about Tony? What is Tony going to do with pocket tens? He
Well,
checks.
I would hope Tony's finished.
And now Russ moves all in, and Ali's going to call, and he's going to lose another one unless he gets lucky. Russ moves all in with the ace jack.
Bet or in call.
Ali calls.
John's finished. Tony's finished.
John's finished. Tony's finished.
And
And Ali's
Ali's
going to
in
lose
some-
again.
Yeah.
It's about a $900 all-in, so this is basically an $1,800.
He needs a king.
Yeah.
King.
It's a $2,800 pot. Turns a deuce, and the river is a 6, and Ace-Jack's going to play, and Ali's lost another one. And that is going to do it for us tonight. Please join us again tomorrow for another big game, whether it is 10-20 no limit or 61-20 hold'em or 30-60 hold'em. It will be something that's a cash game with a lot of action.
Yeah.
So Shirley, we'll see you on
Next week.
Thursday next week.
Well, we'll see. Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay, we'll see. And David Tuckley will join me tomorrow night. So for Shirley Rosario, I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.